We are back. Thank you so much. Again, round of applause for ReadersMagnet Book Confab second day. How are you guys doing? Woo! I hope you guys had a good lunch. And I know there's going to be a lot of stories that would be very inspiring this afternoon. And to start off our afternoon session, She was one of the authors who visited the Tribeca Book Confab. So I consider her one of the pioneers as well of Readers Magnet Book Confab last year, and we're very happy and pleased to have her this time. So our next speaker has been a president of International Consultants Incorporated and has been consultant for international business, educational, cultural, and other institutions. Dr. Jiddleson has been co-chair of the Dean's Council of the Columbia School of International and Public Affairs, and she was also a national vice president of the American Friends of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and remains a member of the International Board of Governors of the Hebrew University and the Board of Harry Truman Research Institute on the advancement of peace at the Hebrew University. To tell us more about her background and her inspiring book, which is about the humanity. It's giving is not just for the very rich. Ladies and gentlemen,
And you like the highest quality products. He said, well, yes, of course. So we talked about that for a while, and at that time, our major products were aluminum ice cube trays engineered by General Motors. They were only consumer products. Now, I didn't really use ice cube trays, and it was my friend who knew all the technical side of things. But I had been to Switzerland, and I showed this man a great deal of respect and so on. And then I said, where are your stores? Where would you distribute the ice cube tray? He said, oh, in Nigeria. I said, really? I've been to Nigeria. You know, it's very hot there. Africa is rather hot. And it would be very helpful to have aluminum ice cube tray, best quality. Oh, and he agreed. So we ordered a whole container load of ice cube trays. And this was beginner's luck. And my boyfriend was very impressed because he had never gotten such a large order. And but just by talking with people, by being interested in people, I was able to establish a relationship, a rapport, which I would recommend to all of us. And then on the other side, you know, it's one thing to spend a lot of time with somebody and talk about what you have in common and about somebody else's country, whatever it is. But then there are the mass merchants who can buy an awful lot of goods and they don't have time for all this chit chat. So I went to another trade show, and so, you know, usually it's cool out, so we're wearing suits, and all of a sudden a group of men came in shirt sleeves. And I couldn't believe it. You know, this is not the way you usually dress for a trade show. And then I quickly realized they must be from Walmart. Walmart down in Arkansas, if you've been there or you know the stores, they have tremendous volume, but they don't necessarily have the finest quality. So what were these people doing? Well, they had a mission to find as many new products as possible at the lowest price possible, and introduce it to the line of products. Now, I said our best products are cake decorators, and you may have cake decorators, but ours are better quality. And you won't have returns because this is holiday season, and we all know people buy, and they return half the stuff that they bought or whatever it is. Well, for a large store, returns are very inconvenient. So if you can convince people to buy a high quality version of whatever the product is, in this case, cake decorators, then you're not going to get as many returns. So this is very good for the bottom line. And somehow, even though I hadn't studied merchandising and so on, I figured all these things out just by looking at people and asking them what's important to them. And therefore I became an entrepreneur. It was a whole other a career. You know, it's so sad when we read about people, even very qualified people, and now with AI, they're being displaced, and many people get very discouraged. They say, "What do you mean? I've worked so long for this, and I've done this, and I've done that. How can you get rid of me?" Well, if the store doesn't need you, if the business doesn't need you, no matter how talented and how hard you work, that it doesn't mean very much, because the business wants the best people for them, and they want people who are flexible and so on. So instead of committing suicide because the things have changed, and the jobs that we have may not continue. Rather than that, let's find new jobs. Let's find new ways of doing things. Let's look around. Let's go to confabs and find new ideas, new ways of getting into business and doing things. So this is what I've done all my life. Now, I started out with very little money, but lots of ideas. But then I was successful in business and so forth. So I welcome, sir. Everyone's welcome, because we have discussions and we have question and answer sessions, whatever it is. And then comes the next important question. Well, if you have something to give, how do you give? Where do you give? What do you give? And this is the handbook, because we've all been accosted by people saying, oh, I have a problem, so just give me some money and I'll take care of it and so forth. No, that's not a good idea, because we want to be certain that the money goes to the right place and not just to the pocket of the person who asked for the money. So what to do? Well, here, in very concise, clear fashion, you have a handbook that tells you what are the major areas for philanthropy. You know, which is the biggest? It's religion. Why religion? Because whether it's a church or a mosque or a synagogue or whatever it is, it's usually a whole system. There are the prayers, and then there are the schools and the social activities and meeting together and so forth. So that's the biggest area for philanthropy. And after that is education for the lower grades, because we know there are so many children who don't have the right background, their parents can't afford it, whatever, and we need to support schools, develop schools. And as a matter of fact, one of my favorite philanthropists, I see you now, a lovely, lovely woman named Mackenzie Scott. And who is she? She is the divorced wife of Jeff Bezos, the head founder of Amazon. So he's going around, he has one of the biggest yachts and so forth. She does research on students, schools that can really help people. And then she's very careful about what she's doing. And then she writes a check to a not well-known philanthropy, but somebody who could really make a difference for others. And she's terrific. The other person who's most like her is Melinda Gates, the wife of Bill Gates, you know, and they have a foundation together, but he's run off and done various things, and she's the more serious one, and she looks for schools and so forth that really need help. And a third area is higher education. I don't know how many of you have been in the city graduate system or whatever. I happen to have gone to Columbia, some of you went to Harvard, some of you went all over the country. And it's very good to support the institutions that you know and get on the boards and help with scholarship and figure out how you can make a difference. And then there are so many other areas, science and the arts, and you name it. But you have to be so wary of scams. There are all those people out there who make up some story and say, give me your money and I'll take care of it. You can't really trust them. So therefore, here, under 200 pages, will give you a lot of information. And one of them is that there are organizations that really examine what's going on with different people. And they're watchdog agencies. One is called Charity Navigator, another is the Better Business Bureau, another is GuideStar. So if you have this by your side, then you can keep looking things up and not being cheated out of your hard-earned funds. When all this comes together, then you may want to set up programs. I did this. I started 40 years ago when I had very little money, but I really wanted to do something useful. So I set up an award at my school, the Columbia School of International Public Affairs, for human values in international affairs. And we used to give awards every year at graduation on the basis of essays. And now the school decided, because this is where we want the experts, not that we know everything as individuals, the school decided that we should look for projects that are carrying out this goal of human values, that is caring about people, not just caring about making money. And now we have people searching, researching, and so forth. This past year, our people found 14 different projects in 14 different countries that were worthy of getting the prize, because this is an endowed fund and it's shared with different people. Now, somebody else says, what? How much money are you giving? Well, it's not that much. But you have children, relatives, friends, whatever, and they mean something to you. And if you can inspire them, caring for others, for human values, if that's what it means, it's not just who's the richest one there or whatever, then you're really doing something. So this is in 40 years, this has evolved. We have 14 different projects in 14 different countries. So I don't have my own children, but these are my children. And I just love it. And I love being able to tell you about it. And now I'd be delighted to answer your questions. Yes.
So do you consider it more important to donate to smaller local charities rather than larger national or international ones, because you're able to see the effects better?
It's a very good question.
Thank you.
And the answer is we want to get to both, because some of us feel more comfortable if we do something on the local level and we know everybody and we can be certain that things are done right. And other people feel, for instance, one of the women who helped me here comes from the Philippines. And people come from all over the world. I'm sure if we had a chance to ask each of you, where are you from? Very few of you would be like me, born in New York. You probably come from many different countries, from all over. And you may have favorite charities in your home country. The whole thing is to explore, always to look for people who really need the assistance, not who say they need it. And again, that's why we go to these major evaluators. Other questions? You're nodding your head.
Sorry, I have a thought, but I'm having trouble thinking of how to phrase it. Give me just a minute.
Oh, great. That's what seminars are for.
In your opinion, is this Are a lot of the issues just like a financial issue and it is like a lack of monetary resources, or are there like bigger structural changes that need to happen, and what are those?
Oh, good for you. That's a terrific question. No, it's just not money. Money can help. But the fact that we're here today, literacy, this is about books, and on what subjects, and who is writing them, and what does it mean? And if we went around this whole group here, we could ask people, what's really important to you? What have you learned? You've been to school. How far have you gotten? What are you looking for? What has to be improved in the world? And how can we do it? And that's what's terrific. That's why I'm so glad to be able to speak with you. Yes, another question, but we want more people from the back, if you don't mind.
Oh, I was just building off of the question Ollie asked. I was just curious how you think what the best way for young people it is to go about systemic change, like the issues with like bias in the system, and like where the some people don't have access to being able to become literate and stuff. And so how do we go about battling those systems?
Whoa! Would you mind doing research and writing a book about this? The first thing is always to ask questions and to look around and to say, what's being done? And how can I help? And who else is doing it? And maybe let's look for an organization that's dealing with these problems and form teams, like we would here, groups of people who can work together and try to solve problems. I believe I saw a hand in the back. Oh, a few hands in the back, please speak up.
Yeah, I'm concerned about what's going on in Israel. I want to give the various causes there. And in the United States, I want to give the difference. How do you check out to see how legitimate? If you mentioned the Better Business Bureau, but not everybody is listed in that.
No,
Is there some kind of organization that investigates charities?
oh, there are many, but that's why we want to list them and go to the best ones. And if there's a political issue, then it's worth going to different meetings. It's people who just make decisions in 2 minutes are not fair to the issue, and they're not fair to themselves. But if there's something going on, how do you feel about it? Read.
No, but how do you check the charities that they're legitimate and your money's being used for what they say is? That's my concern.
Right, that's a very good concern, but that's why I say there are these professional organizations that examine, have
What are some of their names?
The Better Business Bureau.
Any others that specialize in charities in your book? Do you list them in your book?
Of course. You don't think I can remember everything.
Maybe I will. Yeah, I think, you list all the ways that they check them, yeah. No, that's good to know. That's my only concern, yeah.
Thank you. That's why I feel very pleased that you're here to hear about these things, because every day I'm sure there's someone who comes up to you and says, give me money, give me money.
Exactly, yeah.
No, let's find out. Read about things, read about the causes, read about the different organizations that are trying to do something.
Well, the causes can be good, but who knows if the cause gets the money?
Exactly. So, check it out. There's another question there.
Full amount of pizza. So
You see, that's why they feed us.
I love it. Do you include anything in regard to small nonprofits and how to recruit people who will be given to them? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, this is a whole subject, but the main thing is to have your cause and to look for the organizations that are working on your cause, whether it's educating young people who have nothing, or whether it's higher education, or science, or computers, or AI, or whatever. The main thing is you're here and you're asking questions, and that's the best sign. Because if you ask questions and pursue the subjects, you're bound to find something that suits you. Right. Now, I'm supposed to end now. This never ends. That's what's so wonderful. You know, that here you are. I hope you're talking to the people next to you and finding out what they're interested in and so forth, because that's the beginning of learning. And from all this, thank God for Reader's Magnet. You know, anyone, what are the subjects that are real concern to you, and how can you learn about them? And the more you do for others, the better you feel yourself. So thank you very much.
Once again, the author of the book, Giving is Not Just for the Very Rich, Dr. Susan Aurelia Gittelson.
Thank you.
I used to travel around the world, and now I'm a little incapacitated. The brain keeps going, believe me.
I love your nail polish.
Oh, thank you. Coral.
It's a good color.
Look at this one.
All right, moving on to our next speaker. He also was a pioneer of ReadersMagnet Book Confab, and he was with us in Tribeca. And we're so pleased to have him here today in Manhattan for the next round, another round of ReadersMagnet Book Confab. And I can also see here Ms. Virginia Escandor, who's also here with us. She was also a pioneer of the ReadersMagnet Book Confab last time in Tribeca. Now, if you can see some of the paintings that's on the wall, that's painted by the son of our next speaker. His name is Nathan, so if you can check that out, and if you are willing to know more about and interested about the art, you can definitely ask the dad. Now, the dad is going to speak to us first. Okay, in which I will be introducing right now. So our next speaker wrote the book about Woodlawn Giants, and it's a story about a group of boys growing up in West Memphis, Arkansas in the 60s and early 70s. Now, our author, Robert Ross Williams, was born in 1960 in Memphis, Tennessee, and lived in South Memphis on Latham Street for a short time. And his family then moved to West Memphis, Arkansas, across the Mississippi River, and set up a shop at 621 East Woodlawn. Now, Robert is a retired Army officer with a bachelor's degree in anthropology from the University of Memphis and a master's degree in Russian studies from Florida State University. Now, to talk more about Woodlawn Giants, let's hear it from Robert Ross Williams.
Okay, everyone hear me okay? Before I talk about Woodlawn Giants, I was going to make a quick plug for my first two books, and that'll be really brief. And those two are part of a trilogy that got interrupted by my mom's passing, which had to take time off to write Woodlawn Giants. Will be a third book for that. But the first two books, the inspiration was, you know, consider yourself on an airplane, and the airplane is called the United States of America, and you're all passengers. And you get one vote each, and there's 51 passengers, and you get one vote each, and you're going to have one pilot. And that pilot's either going to be Donald Trump, or that pilot's going to be Hillary Rodham Clinton. So we're not going to have a 25-25 because we have 51, so it's probably going to be 51-49 would be the closest. But my point is, regardless of who wins that election to pilot that plane, if I'm a passenger on that plane, i.e. a citizen of the United States of America, I think I would want that pilot to be successful in their navigation. I would turn my allegiance to the one who actually won the election and put my stock into her. That's not what I saw. And you know, at a time growing up where I saw Ronald Reagan and Tipper O'Gore or Tipper Neal cross the aisle and have drinks, and it's very partisan nowadays. So that was the inspiration. And these first two books it's political satire, and I used, she mentioned Russian and Eastern European Studies as my master's. But part of that was reading George Orwell and Animal Farm. How many people have read Animal Farm? Yes? So I used that same construct. So I was down in Florida riding on a trip, and I saw a couple animals. I'm like, oh, that reminds me of a certain person. And then I said, we have our own animals. So I went home that night and I scribbled down a paragraph, and paragraphs became pages, and then pages became chapters, and I put it all together. So I used the same construct, and I tried to make the animals in my book as close as possible to how they reminded me of their actual physical appearance and some of their characteristics. So real quickly, I made, on this first cover, I made Donald Trump a peacock, because I think he likes to strut around, and he's always the same. And I made his beautiful wife, Melania, as you can see. You see the golden stairs coming down. That's where he came down and announced his candidacy in 2016. And then the white barn is the White House. And then throughout, I'm from Arkansas, so I can say this. I made Bill Clinton, I made him a rooster, because he occasionally got caught in the hen house. He did. And my favorite would have been, trying to get my brother to read a book, which he finally did. He read mine. But remember how Trump was so fascinated with Twitter? Well, instead, I had Trump and I had Tweeter. I had little birds that we tie messages to, and they would fly out the window. So it's just a play on words, a play on references, and it was really fun to write, because it made me like the expression, damn the torpedoes. Where did that come from? So I'd go back and I'd reference certain things. And actually, I got a lot of mail where people were not happy with these books. It was like, how can you make fun of our leaders? And I'm like, come on, lighten up. Because if you don't have laughter, you have nothing. And, I think it's just important to carry that along. So this book ends with Ocasio-Cortez and her little friends on the left side of the garden, instead of the New Green Deal, it's called the Iceberg Proclamation, where, again, a play on words, where it's lettuce and the New Green Deal. So the next one picks back up, and as you can see here, Trump without the mask, and he's got this is about the impeachment and virus, and you see all the corona cells like floating around in the peripheral, and Trump doesn't have a mask, and he has a corona cell on his shoulder. Well, guess what? He caught corona. So, and that's Joe Biden with the mask, and then back here you have Anthony Scalia, who's a referee umpire. He represents SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States. So he said, so it's just trials and tribulations of our political system. And I live in DC, and trust me, it's low-hanging fruit. It's easy to make fun of. But the very first page picks back up with Ocasio-Cortez and her group, and you see there they're juggling peaches, right, for impeachment. So again, it's just a play on words. Yeah. So, and real quick, some of the other characters. Vladimir Putin, I made a fox because he's so sly, right? Franklin Graham, son of Billy Graham, famous evangelist, right? Guess what insect or animal he might be? Anybody? A praying mantis. There you go. So that is part of a trilogy. And there's a third book that's going to come out that begins with January 6th, when the farm goes crazy. There's combines riding around and all kinds of crazy things happen. But that was interrupted by my mother passed away, right? So I remember getting a call. I live in Annandale, Virginia, which to the mile is like 812 miles to West Memphis, Arkansas, which is where she lives. So it's a Friday morning. I get the call and they say, hey, this is her sister's. We think she's going to pass. This is that you got to get home. So I jumped in a car and I drove 812 miles, and I got there at like 2 a.m. And it was we'd gotten her back into her home and where she had hospice. We knew this was coming. It was just a matter of time. And it was a candlelight vigil, and everyone was standing around all somber. And I showed up, and she lived another 6 days. So you never know. The thing is, you never know when it's going to happen. But I like to think that she wanted me to get home, clean up the yard and everything, and make sure it looked good for when the wake was going to be. So when it came time for her funeral, my mother was in the education system for 40 years. She started out as a social worker. She was a teacher, and then she was the principal of a lot of the elementary schools. And, you don't think of a funeral as something that should be grandiose and a lot of people come to, but you want people to come and pay their respects. But because it was in the height of COVID, it was so scaled down. None of her peers, none of the people her age, if you remember at the time, people weren't even coming outside, period. No one was coming on the streets. So we had this very scaled down ceremony for her funeral. So my brothers asked me to do the eulogy. So I said, okay, I'll do it. So I got up there and I go, okay, it's time to flip the script, right? Enough of her sisters have been crying, and it's time to celebrate her life and talk about some of the funny things, some of the things that we remember her for being special. And so I got up and I thought about this one story. My mother had a pear tree in the yard, and she waited and waited, and finally the one pear shows up, and she goes, "You boys," and I was 10 at the time, and my little brother was 8. She said, "Don't be playing ball around the pear tree. You're gonna knock the pear out." We're like, "Oh yeah, right, sure, that'll happen." But what do you think happened? 2 days later, somebody threw the football. My little brother wasn't high enough to catch it, and the pear came down. So I said, "We're in for it," because I came from the generation of spare the rod, spoil the child, and I got my fair share, but I think I probably escaped with a lot more I probably should have got. I think I ended okay. So we knew we were going to get a spanking. So I told my little brother, I go, "Look, we can either take it today or we can buy some time." I go, "Run in the house, get some tape, and bring it back out." So he went into the house, he got the tape, he came out, and we taped the pear back into the tree, right? All right, looks good. It's good. At least it gets a little time. She won't know. Of course, what happens a couple days later, pear falls, hits the ground. So instead of 1 beating, how many do you think we got? 2. 1 for not listening in the first place, and 2 for the cover-up operation, which is always the worst. So I told this story, at her funeral, and everyone's laughing at it because the kids had remembered. And the funeral director, when I finished, he goes, "That's one of the funniest stories I've ever heard, at a funeral." I go, "Usually it's, 'Oh, Mom, I miss you, I love you, I'll see you in heaven,' and all these kind of things." I go, "No, I wanted to get the party started," because right after that we went to her house, and that's where we had to wait, right? That's where all the food, and that's where the people. And one of the things about when someone passes, it brings all the other loved ones together. I mean, it can accomplish some, bridge some gaps that have been there. And so I was sitting there, and it's like I had an epiphany. I go, there's more stories just like that I can tell. So this was the inspiration for writing Woodlawn Giants, which is just a collection of short stories just like that, lessons learned. There's and I won't read that one, but there is one short one I'll share with you. There's a really good one in there that talks about parents make mistakes too. And there's one that she made, and until the day that she passed, I held it over her head. I had to remind her, "Well, remember when you did that? You were wrong," because 99% of the time she was right. So a little bit about the cover is these trees. My dad and they were planting these pine trees. And they were like they were saplings. They were like a foot tall. And these trees are on here. Yeah, you can see I took a picture of the actual trees, and there's one inside the book as well. But they're like 80, 90 feet. They're tall as they just surviving. But I symbolize those trees with the boys on the street. So the same lady who illustrated the illustrations in my first 2 books, I asked her to do the book cover. So she took a picture of me and my mother from 1974, and the little boy on the front, that's the picture she used, the little caricature, that's me. And you can see my names under there. Now, the names under the trees are the names of my brothers, and a couple of my cousin, and a couple of their friends. And a couple of those people have passed now, so this book meant really a lot to their siblings, to their brothers and their sisters. So the biggest tree on the block was a big guy, it's Big Phil, and the little was my little brother, and I put his name. So I was getting stuff like, "Well, how come you get to be a person on the cover and we're just trees?" So I paid for the book and I wrote the book, so that's one. So I'm gonna, real quick, I wanted to read an excerpt out of here. And I grew up where, we went to church pretty much on every day that ended in Y, because if there was on Sunday we went in the morning, on Sunday evening we went at night, and on Wednesdays we'd go to church. If there was a revival where the evangelists would come from town to town, that was like every single night. So church was a big part of my life. So how much time? Oh, looking at my time. I got about. I'm good. Okay. So I went to a church called Ingram Boulevard Baptist Church. And I'm going to paraphrase here so I can get through the biggest part of this. The first parishioners met under a big oak tree, then in a tent, and a few Sundays they'd be, in a member's home, and then the next thing you know, it was a church. And the original name was Grace Baptist Church. And, I was thinking to myself, looking back, I said, I wish they would have kept the name Grace, because Ingram Boulevard sounds like something you might find on a Monopoly board, right? To me, Grace Baptist sounded much better. But church was such a 30-minute sermon for a kid who's 10 years old seemed like 2 hours sometimes. And the disadvantage I had was that my mother was in the choir, so she was back behind the preacher, right? And she was looking down into the congregation, and I had to sit there and pretend like I was actually interested in this sermon for 30 minutes. Other kids would be playing paper football and getting away with all kinds of stuff, but I could see her eyes up in there staring down at me, saying, "You better behave and you better be listening." So this particular church, this particular day, I should say, I learned one of the best lessons I think I could ever learn. It was the 10th anniversary, so every week we'd have potluck, but for this particular anniversary, they had tents of food, and it was outside. And once again, I was sitting there saying, please, 15 more minutes, and they should be, playing Just As I Am, and all, get people to come ready, rededicate their lives, give their lives to Christ. And all of a sudden, it was a social experiment, because two guys walked in off the street. And honestly, you could smell them before you saw them. And I was like, wow, this is church. All of a sudden became interesting. I was paying attention. And instead of sitting in the back, they walked up towards the front, about almost all the way to the front, and moved in, and they were sitting next to a couple of elderly women. And they were probably in their mid-20s. I mean, I never saw, and I said they were not in their best Sunday to go meeting clothes, or maybe they were. I go, who decides what defines Sunday go to meeting attire anyway? I never saw any men wearing three-piece suits or women wearing dresses in the pictures in the Bible. Seems to me they were always wearing casual clothes like robes and sandals. So maybe these fellas were more in tune on how to dress than we were. So one of the guys had a leather vest, no shirt. The other guy had a mesh shirt. And at least he took his hat off, I thought to myself. And it was a Cubs hat. I go, well, I thought to myself, if we deny him entry, it should be because he's a Cubs fan. Because everyone knows God is a Cardinals fan, except maybe a Yankee fan. So anyway, I figured back to our visitors. So the entry of these two men caused quite a stir in the congregation. These two gentlemen could have easily snuck quietly in the back and kept a low profile. However, they came in and made themselves visible. So suddenly church was interesting for a change. It was a social experiment. So finally, I figured it out. They were hungry, right? They'd been walking by, they smelled the food. They could have just gone and taken some food, but they paid the price of admission. They came in there and they, presented themselves, and they showed up for the sermon. So I thought to myself, if there was ever a person not in need of rededication, he said, because after that they had the ceremony, and Brother Simon came to, and I'll tell a quick story about him, came to rededicate his life. So Brother Simon I'm like, if this guy needs to rededicate his life, everyone in here should, because he was the most saintly person you could ever imagine. And we had an over and under, but he would say, "Dear God," in his prayers like 100 times. And we would be like, this is the only thing standing between us and all that food out there. So maybe, please, say a quicker prayer this time. So we had special guests that day. They came in. But later I remember asking my mother, and I'll just share this with you real quick. I said, why? First I asked my father, I said, Daddy, how come these two guys came into church instead of just getting the food that was there and just taking it? And he says, I'm not sure, but hats off to them for joining us in the service. It was the Christian thing to do to feed these men. It appears they were down on their luck and hungry. And I said, how come some of the ladies were making bad faces at these men? And well, obviously they forgot last week's sermon where Brother Applegate said, Matthew chapter 7, judge not that ye not be judged. And obviously these ladies were looking through dirty windows, said my mother. So I go, dirty windows. Have any of you ever heard the dirty windows story? Any of you? So I hadn't. So I go, this expression, what does it mean? It's best explained by a story. So there was a young couple eating breakfast one morning. And remember back in the day where there were no dryers, we hung our clothes on clotheslines, right? And the lady's having breakfast with her husband, and she's looking out the window. She goes, just look at that woman next door. Her clothes, hanging those dirty clothes. She hasn't washed her clothes properly. She's hanging those dirty clothes to dry. What's wrong with her? Same thing the next day. Day after that, she goes, well, look, she finally figured out how to properly wash her clothes. And her husband said, no, I washed our windows. Right? So it's all about projection, right? He said, find the thought in yourself and projecting it onto other people. So that I was always learning these lessons from my mother. So, and she said, here's what happened, honey. Her clothes were never dirty. So dirty windows, glass houses. I'm like, what does all this mean? And I said, then I told my mother, we were taught in Sunday school that Jesus loved the little children, all the children in the world, red and yellow, black and white, correct? I said, and I go, does it count even if they were grown up and dirty and smell bad? And that's what my mother said. That's right. So regardless of the smell, bad or funny, Jesus still loves them. I mean, growing up does not matter as well. We are all still, regardless of our age, children of God. And under this beautiful sky in heaven, we are all one family, just different. Those two men, along with everyone, are God's children as well. And then my brother said, well, I have a tough question. Is church a building or is it the people? And the answer is yes. It takes a very special building to be a church with the right people to be a church. So these are the kind of lessons that I learned from my mother. If I have time, I want to share one more real quick story. How many people are from the South or were born around 19? Any people born around that? So my grandfather was a cotton farmer. He farmed cotton and soybeans. And our first job, he probably violated all kinds of child labor laws. I mean, back then you didn't have to wear seatbelts. Remember, the kids would be up in all crazy parts of the car, and you didn't have a lot of, you get away with all kinds of things. But he was paying us $1 an hour and room and board for our job, which was chopping cotton, which meant you went through the rows and you took out all the weeds and everything. So I told my brother and my cousin and my two brothers, I go, look, we should be paid for how efficient we are. This $1 an hour stuff is not fair. We're doing a row an hour. If you should pay us $1 per row, and that way we're doing 2 rows an hour, we can double our money. We'll get $2 an hour. They go, okay, you be the negotiator. So he came around, I went up, I said, me and the boys have been talking, I want to make a deal. We think you should pay us on how efficient we are. You should pay us $1 per row, not $1 per hour. And he looked at me and he said, okay. He goes, are you sure? I said, yeah. So he extended his hand, right? I shook his hand. And back then a handshake meant everything, right? A handshake meant deal done, deal closed. So I shook his hand. I started walking back to my brothers and my cousin, all happy and what a great negotiator I was. I said, come on, fellas. I go, I just doubled our money. And he said, he goes, where are you going? I go, oh. He goes, get your crew, get all your stuff and get on the truck. So, okay. So we got on the truck and we drove to another field and the rows were like 4 times longer. And so about halfway through, the grumbling started and they started doing the math in their heads and it's like, man, we're down to $0.25 an hour now instead of being $1 an hour. So, it's tough being a negotiator when the deal goes bad. So that was later that night at the table. He said, so you learned something today, didn't you? I go, yes, I did. He goes, there's always second and third order effects of every decision that you made, and that you need to think things through, like all different kind of courses of action that might happen. He goes, I'll cut you a deal. He goes, I'll let you get back to your $1 an hour and room and board. I shook on it immediately. So those are the kind of stories and lessons that are in there, and it's just full of them. And the other good thing is I have a part in there when the past meets the present, because there's certain people I would meet 40 years later that I remember there had been a key part. One of them was a girl named Janice, and her nickname was Skillet. She was just really snarky and sharp at the time, but later she ended up being a nurse that took care of my mother, in the last year of her life when my mother was back into her home. So I think that's it. I want to do a shout out to the Reader Magnet folks. I want to thank you guys, John, and last year was great. And I know maybe Jess Amora, I think you're watching, right? I want to say hi and Hyacinth. So those two have been really helpful and thus far and helping me to try and get these books, And I don't want to, trust me, if this was for putting food on the table, I would have been kicked out of the house a long time ago, because I'm not making money on any of this. In fact, I'm going the other direction. I'm just trying to pull it back a little up to the black side instead of the red side of the house. And I want you guys to be just as successful as you. I have trust in you, and I hope this organization takes off. And, I just want people to read what I wrote. I don't really care about trying to make money off my books. So I'll open it up to questions if you want.
Questions, please.
Yes, sir. Back there. a preloaded question or what? Anybody question? Yeah.
What inspired you to start writing in the first place?
That's a great question. And believe it or not, it goes all the way back to, I graduated from the University of Memphis. I had a medical anthropology class, and I said, I had to write a paper. And of course, I'm sure you guys you procrastinate sometimes all the way up to the last. Have you ever crammed a paper or crammed for a test like the day before? So I had to write this paper. And I go, I don't know what I'm going to write on. So I went to a bar, and my paper was on how men behave in a bar when they try to pick up women. Sounds crazy, right? I thought for sure I was going to get an F. So I went to the bar, and I was doing things like, and believe it or not, there's different approaches. There's the guy who likes to operate independently. There's the guy who has his friend with him. And sometimes that doesn't work because this guy might like this girl, but his friend might not like the girl that's with this. So I hid in the bathroom. I watched what men would do when they came in by themselves. And men may make fun of women, like using, going. Some of these guys would spend like 10 minutes in there making themselves try to look all beautiful. And I was writing down my notes for this paper. Anyway, long story short, I wrote this paper. I go, for sure I'm going to flunk. I know she's going to, and she thought it was like the greatest thing that she had ever read. And she said, you should write for magazines. And I never did. So that sort of stuck in my mind. And then I thought, well, I mean, if she said that, if she believed in me, then, I think it's possible to, to write. And that's what I did. Yes.
What makes you decide, or I guess what made you decide originally to do kind of like political satirical fiction as opposed to the more memoir-y?
Yeah, because I think there's, first of all, I'm a political, I watch all of, I love politics, and I'm really interested in, and I think, unfortunately, we've gotten to a point where really good people refuse to run for office because it's such a dirty business and the way they drag their families' names through the mud and stuff. And I just thought it would bring maybe interest kids in it. And another point is like the electoral college. Instead of the electoral college, I call it the electoral college, right? It's on the farm. So I want to, educate kids as to why I personally think the electoral college is so important. As a way of enticing them to get involved in civics. Civics, my current job, I was at just recently I was at a national summit on civic education up in Philadelphia. And the goal is how to get civics and history back into our curriculum because it's fallen. It's fallen out in a lot of cases. And I think that's important. So just to try that was one of the reasons. Yes. Go ahead.
You mentioned at the beginning of frustration with the bipartisan nature of like today's politics. And I was curious if you tried to take, or maybe I used the wrong words, but I wondered if you tried to take a more bipartisan take in like your political commentary or a more like olive branch kind of take, if that makes sense.
No, I try to stick to my beliefs and as much. I don't believe in trying to write to satisfy any kind of special diversity requirement because I think then you're sort of compromising. I am who I am. I'm not going to be. I don't want to be censored by. I mean, personally, honestly, I think 95% of Americans probably agree on everything. It's on almost every issue. It's that 5% of stuff that they argue 100% of the time on that they don't agree on. I really don't think they're issues. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think every person should be Republican or every person should be Democrat. I think it's important to have differing opinions because if you have 100 people in a room and they all agree, you got a bunch of idiots in my opinion, right? So I accept diversity and but then you accept me being different. If you want to be different, great, but don't expect me to be different just like you because that's not diversity. I mean, I have my beliefs, my values, and okay, you're entitled to yours. You had a question back there.
Yeah. During the process of writing your book, did you have epiphanies about psychoanalytical observations of the people you grew up with?
Yeah, I actually did. My memory, what I would have is like, there's one character his name is Big Phil, I don't know if you ever saw the movie Sling Blade. It's a great movie. So anybody out there ever see the movie Sling Blade?
What movie?
Sling Blade. Billy Bob Thornton's in this movie. Yeah. Yeah, his name is Carl. He's slow, but Carl was. There was this one scene where Carl was playing football with a little boy that he befriended that just loved him, and they were running down the field, and Carl gets the ball and lets him score, and then afterwards, him and the boy are talking, and he's like, "Carl, you could have done that yourself, and you could have taken all the glory, but you let me get some." And it drove me right to a kid that I grew up. He was the biggest kid on the block, and his name was Philip, and he would come down to the level of all the other kids. He could have been a bully. I mean, he was a great athlete, but he would do things like, if he's going to run a touchdown with the football, he would pick up the little kid and have him hold the ball and get some of the glory. And so little things like that just drove me to, remembering certain people and, certain traits. The biggest difference, and I think I'm almost done, is I go around to nursing homes now, and I want to read excerpts from With Launch Science because I want to bring life into, a lot of these people are captured and they can't get out, and a lot of them would be the same age as my parents, and their kids would have been doing the same kind of shenanigans and same kind of stuff. But the biggest difference I tell them that I see is when I got in trouble, I couldn't go outside, right? It seems like it's a 180 now. Now when your kids are in trouble, it's like, get out of the room, get away from your computers, and you go outside. We lived outside. And, when we came home is when the street light, when that street light came on, that was a sign to get your little butt back to your house, or your mom would be hollering your name down the street and you'd be in trouble. But just little things like that. In a lot of ways, kids are the same. I mean, I used to get always tired of my dad saying, back when I walked to school, 8 miles uphill both ways. I could be 8 miles uphill both ways. It's got to be downhill at some point, right? Yes, ma'am. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
So, you're talking to people. Do you consider yourself like a comedian?
No, but I've had a lot of people tell me I should maybe consider that. But I don't know if I could handle being out there and bomb and people start throwing stuff at me. But why do you ask that? I'm curious.
Well, you're wanting to, like, for instance, if you're speaking with older people or people with problems or whatever, that bringing that light into their lives is sort of like, helping people learn how to laugh in the middle of, calamity or whatever's going on in your life. And I think that that's very important. And I just wanted to know if that's what you kind of do when you're speaking.
Right. No, I think laughter is very important. I mean, I think it heals a lot of, it's an emotion that's the opposite of grief, actually. But in a way, they're in some ways connected, I think. But, anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I love satire, but the climate of the country now is like cancer culture. So are we going to continue to write the satire stories and stuff like that?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not gonna. I think it needs to.
How concerned are you? Because like even comedians are scared now to.
Well, no, yeah. I don't know if any of you. I think they've done a total disservice to shows like In Living Color was one of the greatest comedy shows I think the Wayman Brothers. And now everything is so everyone's afraid to be funny, but there are comedians out there. My favorite Dave Chappelle from Washington. Like I said, in DC, I love Dave Chappelle. And people make accusations against him; they're totally untrue. They just. But if you create restrictions on what's funny, soon you narrow the parameters to where there's nothing's funny anymore. You can't even make it. No, I'm not concerned because I continue to write it. People don't have to read it if they don't want to. I don't care. If they don't like it, don't read it. I mean, I'm not.
I know, but some people go nuts.
Well, I don't think it's. Look, 32 years in the military. I've been in like 45 countries. I've been in Russia. I've been in Chad, in the middle of Africa. This country, we're not we're an imperfect union. That's what we are, but we strive to get better. This is the greatest country on the planet, I'm telling you. In my opinion. Now, somebody else in Norway may say different. God bless them, that's their country. They should think that way, right? So, yeah, thank you.
All right, Robert Ross Williams, everybody, thank you so much. If you guys have more questions for Bob, you definitely can ask him. All right. Now, our next speaker, her book is actually a compilation, I believe it's a collection of poems. Juliet Barrick's reflection has spoken her truth. She's a petite woman who gained strength and has structured herself for the past with a determination of moving on in life by embracing nature and the wonders of God. There, she hopes to continue to be comforting and encouraging others. As a mother, her prayers and dreams are to continue sowing good seeds in the lives of her daughters and now her grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell us more about her inspiring story and her book, A Gift Given, A Gift Taken, collection of poems plus. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Juliet Barrett.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good seeing your face in this cold, wet Sunday afternoon. As it was said, my name is Juliet Barrett. I'm the author of 2 books. My first, My Moon, My Life, and the second, A Gift Given and A Gift Taken. I'm a lover of poetry, but most of all, I love stories. And each of us have a story to tell. Stories sometime in our life is start from when we're a cat until we grow up. There's always something to be told. I am going to tell you a story. And this story is a familiar story, and I'm going to give you a twist on it. It's a Christmas story. It's a story of a child that was born on Christmas Day. We are all familiar with the birth of the Christ child, but this child, no, it's not Christ child. There was no wise men announcing her coming or no stars seeing the guiding the wise men to her birth. There was no frankincense and there's no more, even gold. She was a gift to her mother and her father on a Christmas Day in a hospital in the West Indies country. Our cheer that day on a Christmas Day was that of the nurses, and that is a joy that she brings to her parents on a Christmas morn. I'm speaking about me. I was born on Christmas Day, and then I grew up to be a worshiper of the Most High God, the birth child who was born on Christmas Day. He's a great gift giver, and he enhanced my life. And he is the giver of all gifts, and that allowed me to write this book, or these books. I never dreamed of being a published writer. That was far from me. But somehow along the way, God has placed in my life encouragers. And with those encouragers, I take it all the way, because it allows me to dream. And in dreaming, I produce these books. I came about writing My Moon, My Light because I regard it as my testimony. It is my testimony for days that was when I was down and I needed to be lifted up. And then I find Christ. I knew of him as a child and the wonders that he could do for my life. But when you get into relationship with that special man, you realize that what you were missing, because he guided me along all the way. And I'm grateful for what he has done in my life for me to be here today. So I will read you a part of my book. And it begins, the title, I Still Have Love. For all the things I've been through, I will always give credit to you, my King. The good things always seems victorious in my eyes. Then I would say, God has been good at my side. He has been good and true to his words by rewarding me abundantly. I will declare joyful freedom of my heart, love and contentment of my life. My Lord has been good to me within my walk with thee. I'm flying high, for my Lord lives within me. There the devil sees me pleased with it, my Redeemer and King. He stepped into my life to claim his glory that belongs to my Lord by touching areas that has grown strong with my Savior's love. The deceiver smudged my life with his pleasurable ways that he cannot hide. His strokes brought tears of regret and pain, a burden so heavy that it seems that resuscitation would be in vain. But the heart rebel and seek to repel that which was not in the making of the heavenly King. Forces of darkness have tried to encamp my joy, or ever the great love and trust within my soul has controlled it all. For all the things I've been through, I will give credit to thee, my King. You are the strength in good times and remain the strength in bad times too. Why do I doubt the resources of my joy? How could I, when I know that you, O Lord, would not let my heart be torn apart with whatever weapon that comes against me? The breastplate of your righteous way shall always be my protection. The whole armor of your righteousness will always be my salvation from the unseen forces, my Lord and King. My life I've given to thee, my Savior. I have come too far not to stand on your promises of your everlasting love. And that came to me when I was going through my struggles, and I find joy.
Brought tears to my eyes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And so I grew from this, because this had to come out of me. I had to get rid of all that is written in this book to come to this place, because a gift was given to me and I needed to share it. And in sharing the gift, I realized that I am free from the baggage, the bulk, and all that was keeping me down. And I'm living a life of joy. It's not always an easy ground to trod upon each day, but I am heading steadfast because God is on my side. So I'm a joyful person. I enjoy everything that God placed in front of me. Most of all, love. I love beauty, I love nature, and I try for nothing to hinder me for enjoying that is placed in front of me by my Creator. And so I will share with you a poem from this book. This is my very first poem I've ever written and been published. And it says, I am saying, if the sun should say to the earth, we are not compatible, what soils of fruitless barrens there will be? If the moon should say to the night, I'm graceful without you, then where would the beauty of the moon lie? If the flesh should say to the blood, away with you, then where would the body be? If I were you and you were me, would you erase the possibility of a prosperous life because I could be the reverse of you and you of me? Isn't love a beautiful thing, in spite of color or race? Love has no boundaries or negative feelings to erase. See me with your art, I'm saying to you. The art will behold the foundation of my soul that your eyes cannot see. Then love will be what love should be, not black or white, but you and me, as we are created to be. In times like this, there's a conflict of love and hate. You got to choose one. I choose to love. No matter what your color, no matter what your race, no matter where you come from, I choose to love. And it's easier to love than hate because it does take away the burden from the heart and the heartaches from the mind. So as we travel through this life journey that God gave us to travel on, we are not alone. We got to choose what is right and choose beauty. For the Creator has made no mistake in doing what is right for us, that we can do right for each other. He sacrificed his life. The child baby who was born many thousand years ago, on Christmas Day becomes a sacrifice for our sin, that we can do right for each other. So I thank God for being here and give me the boldness. I will say, and I will tell you, it took a lot for me to stand here because I consider myself an introvert, a shy person. But God has taken that a step at a time away from me. And I'm walking in the gift that He has enhanced in my life. And with that, I will say, I give one more poem because this is the gift that God gave me. And I call it my pearls. When did, sorry, get some water, please. And you will understand why I call it my gift and my pearls. When did the days and the years pass me by? I was not in a trance. I watched them grow up. I knew, years ago, my mind revealed to me. It was years ago that they were running around carefree and playful, being happy to be mama's girls. I had the honor of control and it felt so good. They were my girls to groom, encourage, and pamper. I could say to them, baby girls, come here. Is your homework finished? Baby girls, stay there. Eat your meal. Yes, mommy. Their response was that of music to my ears. Today, I glance at the ladies I've birthed and groomed. It reflects a sense of pride and accomplishment, of their revealing, of their receiving the reward of self-perseverance in their lives. The richness of their identity as a woman let me realize I did not strive in vain. The promise of the Savior has flourished in the lives of a mother and her daughter, her pearls, the ladies, the mothers of the generation in process. This is a poem I wrote of my daughters because they are my gift from God. They're grown ladies now, they are in their 30s, but they're always going to be my babies. And I cherish them because I remember when I was going through my struggle, they were my motivation and my prayer to strive and to answer the calling of God to be of service. And when he told me that I am just a caregiver of them, they were just my gift from him. I'm the caregiver. So whatever going to happen in their life, he is the one that kept it going because I trust him to see me through. And I know a lot of other mothers have faced struggles growing their kids, face struggles in life one way or the other. But you just have to look to the one who is higher than us. And that's my testimony, and this is my gift that I'm sharing with you. Thank you very much. Is there a question?
What drew you specifically to poetry as a form rather than other kinds of writing?
Okay. I choose poetry. As a matter of fact, I started writing poetry as a child. I did it because it's my way of escape, of expressing myself. As I told you, I never dreamt of publishing a book, but I always write and just says, I'm expressing myself. Until someone recognized the fact that I could do more than just write and put it under my pillow, but it's just one way of expressing myself.
Do you have any favorite like poetic forms or tools?
No, I don't. I'm just basically say I'm a freelancer. Whatever comes to mind is a story to me, and I try to put it in a poetic form. Yes.
When did you start writing? I guess you don't have sometimes as an artist, you can find the beginning of your art in different time periods. When was the earliest definition that you considered yourself?
Well, I consider myself a poet when I started writing officially. That my daughter's age away in 1990, and I had to write a personal note to my older daughter, because I was in that place of fearness of death and dying. That I've given birth to a child that I possibly may not live to see, and I wrote a poem for her. And at that time, yes, someone saw it, and then also it put me on a different level. As I said, that the Lord has placed in my life encouragers. Any more questions? No. And I would like to say thank you to ReadersMagnet. I started off with another publisher, and then this beautiful soul by the name of Jessie called me. Many people have been calling me before, Jessie, from different publishers. And I would like, hello, bye-bye. Until one day, this lady came on the phone. And there was no way I could say no to her. Because she seems like she was sitting right beside me and holding my hand and counseling me. And here I am at ReadersMagnet because of Jessie, and I applaud her.
Once again, the author of the book, A Gift Taken, A Gift Given. And also another book, which is My Moon, My Light, Miss Juliet Barry. A round of applause. All right, before we proceed to, thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, your water. Thank you. Okay, before we proceed to our next featured author, we have a guest speaker who's going to grace us with his experience. He is also a pioneer of the ReadersMagnet Book Confab, and he was with us last time in Tribeca. And we're so honored to have him. Our next speaker follows his story through his early years in New York, going on auditions with Dustin Hoffman and Joe Don Baker, and his early TV appearances with E.G. Marshall on The Defenders and William Shatner on For the People, working with guest stars like Jill St. John and Diane Cannon, his first film with Cyan Mineo and Juliet Prowse, and his early theater performances before moving on to Hollywood. And in Hollywood, Jordan landed on a role on Peyton Place with Mia Farrow, which was followed by over 25 years of guest star appearances and film work with some of the biggest names in Hollywood, from John Wayne to Sean Penn. To tell us about his story, his background, and his book, A Blue Collar Actor, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jordan Rose.
You gotta give me the microphone, right? Okay. First of all, since he's just told you that I'm an actor, I don't want you to think that I'm so old I need the cane, but I just finished 2 acting jobs. I did not get hurt doing either one of those. I threw my back out about 2 days ago. So let me, would you just take my cane? And that way I can use the microphone. That's my book, The Life of a Blue Collar Actor. He told you about credits that go back before many of you were even born. But if you have students, children, or grandchildren that are students that are thinking about getting into this business, which I've been in for 58 years, then have them go get the book or get it for them. This is a hardcover. It also is in obviously a paperback, and you can get it on Amazon.com. Everybody can get it on Amazon. Don't buy it on Amazon. Get it on BookBaby Bookshop or BookBaby.com. I make a lot more money when people buy it there. It's also on. Is that going to fall off? No. It's also, of course, on Barnes & Noble on them. I'm not going to take too long because I'm not really a speaker. I'm just a guest here. I discovered Reader's Magnet last year and was at their show here, which is down in Tribeca, which the gentleman James just told you about. But I'm probably a minority in this group of Reader's Magnets people, because I don't think he has but maybe 1 or 2 other showbiz personalities, so to speak. I've never really thought of myself like that because I've been a blue-collar actor my entire life. Of course, I've had guest star roles, and I've had some real nice leading roles. I've worked with Sean Penn a couple of times, All the King's Men, which I will tell you one really funny story. I've known Sean since he's about 12 years old. His father was the one that really put my career on the map. And when he called me once, my wife and I were touring at a play called Papa the Man, the Myth, the Legend, which actually was filmed during a live performance and is being screened in Greensboro, North Carolina, Monday, tomorrow night. And then we're doing a Q&A on one of these virtual deals for the people down there. But anyway, I've known Sean a long time, and we were touring with the play, so I was 43 pounds heavier and I had a gray beard. And he called me, and we were living in North Carolina at the time, right outside of Wilmington, and he called me one day and said, he said, "What are you doing? Are you busy right now?" And I said, "No." I said, "We got about 3 months off." He said, "Well, I need you down here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana." And I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, I'm doing a remake of All the King's Men." And he said, "I really need you to come down here and do this role for me." So I said, "Okay." So I went down and I shaved the beard and went down. And I think the first night I was there, Sean came over to me and said, "Let's go to dinner." So I said, "Okay, great." So I thought he was talking about Sean and me going to dinner. So we go to dinner, and our dinner included Kate Winslet, Jude Law, Sir Anthony Hopkins, Kate Winslet, Sean, and Martin's wife, daughter. I can't think of her name right now. But anyway, all of these people. So I called up my wife on the phone, and I said, "Honey, I'm down here in some high cotton," because I was not used to going out to dinner with people like that. So it was quite an experience, and I loved doing it. And I actually did Sean's first film, that he wrote and directed called The Indian Runner. And another little funny story, I was doing a film about 8 years ago in North Carolina, and the AD, that's an assistant director, came over to the trailer and knocked on the door and said, Mr. Rhodes, there's a young actor here who'd like to say hi to you. So I said, okay, sure. So this young guy came in, he was about 20, and he starts telling me how much he's really enjoyed my work. And I'm looking at this fellow and I'm going, I did most of my work before he was born. So I said, so how do you know me from all these shows? He said, oh, I loved you on Bonanza House. I said, where are you seeing that stuff? And he said, oh, it's on YouTube. And he named all of these places to me where I'm getting residuals a day from shows like Adam 12s and all of those things are playing. And it was funny because I came home and I told my wife, and this sounds egotistical as hell, but it's not, it's true. I was just so busy in those days when I did that Bonanza. I guest starred with Pamela, can't think of her last name. She was nominated for an Oscar. Who is it?
Franklin.
Pamela Franklin?
Yes.
Okay. She was nominated for Best Supporting Actress thing in The Time of Miss Jean Brodie. But I'd never seen the show. But the reason I'd never seen the show was because in those days, the show would play one time and then there would be one rerun. And that would be it. If you didn't see it those 2 times, you didn't have a chance to see it. And again, not egotistical. I love to watch myself work so I can criticize the hell out of myself. But I thought, well, I said, I've never seen this show. So here I wound up watching this guest star on Bonanza on a little laptop screen. I'd never seen the show in my life, but I started watching it there. I didn't think I was terribly good, but anyway, I did that. I don't know if anybody would like to ask any questions about the business or that. I'm getting ready on, I think it is January. We're going to North Carolina. I'm going to do some talking to some students at North Carolina, UNCW, University of North Carolina at Wilmington, and Cape Fear Community College, because I really like, I don't get paid any large fees for that, which is fine. I just like to give something back, because the young people, today, even here in New York, we've been back in New York about 10 years. And even though we travel and go do shows and things, but for about 10 years, and I've run into so many young actors here. And there are just so many pitfalls and pratfalls and ways that they will rip off young people, which makes me crazy as an old timer, because I run all the time into these young people that tell me, oh, well, I got this agent, this manager wants to sign me. I got to pay him $200 a month. I go, whoa, wait a minute. No. You don't pay an agent or a manager to represent you. They get a percentage of any work that you go out and do. And then I run into other young actors that they don't know how you get into some place like the Actors Studio. They go, boy, it must be really expensive. I go, no. You go over there, sign up, you audition, and believe me, it takes you a lot of time. I was a perennial failure 5 times. I think Lee Strasberg was in one of my finals, also turned me down. Later, I got in. But I tell them, you go there, it doesn't cost you anything. So when I go out and talk to these young students, I like to tell them about all the things they need to avoid in this business. And that's in the book. Quite a bit of that information is in the book. So that's really about it. I appreciate them asking me to come here and be a guest speaker. If anybody has questions, I'll be happy to take them, as long as they're not political. I answer no political questions. Yes?
I know you did more like acting and stuff, but do you have any advice to up-and-coming screenwriters?
Oh, absolutely, because I've written, in fact, right now, the 2 things that I've done, I wrote a pilot for a reality series called Working Class Actors. I also, the play that I just spoke about a little while ago, I co-wrote that play. I created the idea. It's called Papa, the Man, the Myth, the Legend. It's about the life of Ernest Hemingway. And I've written about 3 screenplays. So in my business, I've been an actor, a writer, a director, and occasionally I've had to be a producer, but a line producer, not the money guy. I've never had the money for that. So yeah, I would say that there are a number of books that you can get. I'm not a big guy on that saying you can learn stuff from a book, but if you're talking about playwriting, you can learn a lot about playwriting or script writing, because you can learn. The questions I get asked when we go out and do the play. I do a thing called Papa Hemingway Introspective. And what I do is I talk about that play and how that play came about. And as I'm assuming you're a writer. Okay. Well, I'll tell you how that play came about. I won't bore you guys with this story, but I had seen a short film years ago called An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge. It was a short film that was from a novel written in 1892, I think. And a French gentleman made a movie of it, a short. And what it's about is it's about, of course, the Civil War. And these soldiers are getting ready to hang this Confederate soldier, and they're going to push him off the Owl Creek Bridge. And he's got a rope around his neck, and they push him off. And as he's falling down, the rope breaks. He falls into the creek. And the soldiers up on the bridge aren't prepared for this, so they don't have their rifles. He takes off running. He makes it all the way back to his family. He sees his wife, his kids, his mother, his father on the little farm that they have and all of that. And just when he's getting ready to hug his wife and kiss her, the movie cuts back and he's falling through the air and the rope didn't break. He hangs himself. So he had a total, recall of his life. So when I was asked about doing something on Ernest Hemingway, I thought, hey, a great idea would be to start it on the morning he killed himself and then do a flashback, have something, change him or catch his mind. My wife played all 5 women in that production, by the way, all 5 women in his life, and did one hell of a job, and never had to cue me off stage, which is amazing. It's a 58-page script. But I got this idea from that movie that I could talk about Hemingway and go back and let him, he's getting ready to kill himself. And that's when he says the reason he's doing it. And as he puts the gun up to his head, he hears this nurse, Agnes von Krause, which is the first woman he was in love with. A lot of people know this about Hemingway. He was the first American wounded in World War I. He was a driver. He couldn't get in to be a soldier because he had a bad left eye, but he was an ambulance driver. And when he was in the hospital, he fell in love with Agnes von Krause, a nurse. So in the play, as he's getting ready to do this with a shotgun, he hears a voice call out. She says, "Kid, hey kid, it's me, Aggie." And he looks up, and of course the lights go out on him. She comes up, and then when the lights come back on him, he's got this cape on, which people should know Hemingway, when he came back from the war, rather egotistical. He wore a cape and the thing and traveled around making speeches and all that. Of course, I played the guy for 7 years, but I love it. And I had a lot of people come up to me after the show and say things like, how do you like this guy? He was such a bully. This whole thing about him boxing people and all that, he never picked anybody to fight that he couldn't beat. And I said, yeah, but when Hemingway was questioned about that, he said, who the hell wants to lose a fight? So that was Ernest Hemingway. And that's how that came about. And I wound up doing that. Appreciate your question and good luck. Just keep, and you can get an idea from anywhere. You can get a script idea from anywhere. Sean Penn's film, The Indian Runner, which I did for him, I had a very nice role in that film. He did that from a Bruce Springsteen song, The Indian Runner, for people who don't know. Anyway, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Whoops.
So is there like a percentage of screenwriters who collaborate with authors of books? I mean.
You mean like me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. In fact, when I came up with the idea for Papa the Man, the Myth, the Legend, I called a friend of mine, Ken Vose, and any of you that are old enough, you might remember a movie called Grease Lightning, which was a movie about the first black race car driver, and Richard Pryor played the role. My friend Ken Vose, and co-writer, he wrote that movie. And of course, Ken has been nothing but a writer for years. And Ken and I actually knew one another before we knew one another. He was doing some publicity stuff for a movie called Angel Unchained, which I'm not supposed to say this because Tyne Daly told me if I ever told anybody we were in that movie together, she would have me killed. So I'll have to be careful. You'll forget that I said that about that movie. But Ken, I had known him for years. So when I got this idea to do Hemingway, and I didn't really get the idea to do Hemingway. I finished work on a series in North Carolina called Matlock. Some of you may remember. I played Lieutenant Armin Andrews on that for 4 years. And I finished that, and I really didn't know what I was going to do. And I thought, am I going to go back to New York? What am I really going to do? And I had all my friends in California saying, come back to California. And I said, no, you don't have enough money to pay me to go back to California. I don't want any part. I had 28 years out there. No more California. So I went out to talk with a friend of mine who was an artistic director of a theater, the Odell Williamson Performing Arts Center. And I was talking to him. He's since passed away, Mike, really, really nice guy. And he said, Jordan, he said, why don't you do a show, a one-man show? And I said, Mike, come on. I said, who the hell is going to pay to come see me in a one-man show? He said, oh, don't give me that egotistical nonsense. He said, man, look how long you've been in the business. He said, there are all kinds of people that know who you are. You know, may not know your name off the bat, they see your face, hear your voice. So he said, you put a play together, a one-man play. He said, I got a 1,500-seat theater here, I'll book you. So I went, okay. So I'm driving home, and I'm thinking, what can I do? What can I do? And I get home, and my wife knows. Another friend of mine from California, literally, it's just amazing how these things work. Sometimes, I guess, whatever your belief is in the up above. But a friend of mine called from California and said, Jordan, and he's a very prominent producer in those days in children's theater and television. And he wanted to know, he said, I'm thinking about we're doing a low budget movie. We want to shoot it down in Florida. It's about Ernest Hemingway. And I'd like to have you, do the role. And I said, God, man, I said, I'd love to work for you. I said, but Ernest Hemingway? I said, I don't look anything like Ernest Hemingway. And if anybody goes and sees Papa the Man, the Myth, the Legend, you'll see how wrong I was. And he said to me over the phone, he said, lad, grow a freaking beard and look in the mirror. And he said, he's an English fellow. And he said, I'd like to have you do that. So once he told me about Hemingway, I started getting this idea, and I thought, hey, and then I thought of that film that I told you about. And I said, boy, if I created a play about that. So to answer your question, I call my friend Ken Vos, a writer, and my wife will get a kick out of this. Ken kind of thinks he's Hemingway, and he's a terrific writer. And I call him up, and this is now at least 16, 17 years ago, maybe even 18. I don't even know anymore. I haven't done the play in, 12 years? So anyway, I called him up, and I said, Ken, look, I'm thinking about writing a play based on Ernest Hemingway, but it would be on spec. Would you like to help me? He said, Jordan, I know more about Ernest Hemingway than anybody living, and I will gladly do that. So he was living up north. I was in North Carolina. He was living in Pennsylvania, up in the mountains. So what we used to do is, Ken was really a novelist. So he would write his stuff about Hemingway like a novelist, and he would send it down to me, and then I would take it and listen to it, and send all these little cassettes. And then I would turn it into what I call dialogue. And then once I got that turn, I would send it back to him. It took us a year, but we did the play in a year. And as I said, the play has been very successful. Sorry I spent so long on that, but maybe the writers will get a kick out of that. Anybody else with any? Yes, ma'am.
How are you able to separate art from art and art?
Well, a gentleman yesterday said something really interesting here. I think he was on the virtual deal. He said that artists need to marry artists. And this lady over here is my third wife. And my second wife passed away. And my first wife is Jennifer Rose, and we divorced long ago. But all of my wives, so to speak, have been in the business because I don't think anybody outside of the business, because you can't really separate your life from your art. My wife is a very accomplished songwriter, plus an actress. She has now, I think, her second or third CD coming out. And I don't know, if I were a guy that worked on Wall Street or something, I'm not sure that I could really empathize with what she's going through and what she's doing with her music. And certainly if she were just a salesperson somewhere, not to denigrate salespeople, but if she were that, she could never understand why are you turning that down? Because it's $2,500. And I go, yeah, but that's not, it should be $7,500. And artists and artists understand one another. So for us, there is really no separation in that. I will interject one fun thing I've got a daughter who has given me 2 grandsons, which are great. But when she was a little girl and in school, it was so funny because one day some students from the school she was going to came over to the house and came into her room. And of course, they saw pictures of Madonna and Sean Penn and Robert Wagner and Jill St. John and all these people. And so they said to Cheyenne, these are all signed to you. She said, yeah, they're people my dad works with. because I used to take her with me on location when we were doing movies and things. And so the kids kind of got mad at her. They said, "You never told us your dad was an actor." And at the time, I was doing a soap opera here called The Guiding Light. And she said, "You never told us your dad was an actor." And they got all bugged at her until she said to one of the young ladies who had, her father was a restaurateur. She said, "Well, you never tell anybody in school that your dad runs a restaurant." She said, "Yeah, but that's just a restaurant." She said, "Yeah, well, this stuff is just what my dad does." So as Cheyenne was getting out of high school, ready for college, a teacher said to her, "Your father and your mother," and my wife at the time, she was directing a lot of plays out on the island, said, "It's quite common in the business. Are you planning on going into show business?" And here's what my daughter said: "Are you crazy? Do you know how often my dad is out of work?" So my daughter went on to become she's a psychotherapist for the American School for the Deaf. And she's a great signer and all that stuff. Okay, I think I got time for about one more question, and that's it. If we don't have that, oh, yes, ma'am.
Are there any like skills or experiences or anything from acting that you take to your writing, or from writing that you take to your acting?
Well, I don't really separate the two, because pretty much if they call me for a job, I just kind of want to know if I want to do the role. Like years ago, when I was quite successful here in New York, I went on a commercial audition. And the commercial audition was for the guy to hold his hands down like this and go crouch in a corner because he had body odor. And I just looked at it and I said, "I don't want to do that." And the guy said, "Well, no, you just crouch down, get in the corner." I said, "I don't want to do that." And my agent got kind of upset at me, but yeah, I don't really, I write when I get an idea, like what we did with this reality series. And I called some places and they said, "We'd love to see a pilot." So I had to raise the money and go out and made the pilot, which we just finished doing. We're almost editing with it. But I've never really separated the two. Just quickly, and again, I'll make this quick. I don't know if there's anybody here old enough. In the early 1960s, there was a folk singing group called the Castaways. The Castaways. That was Jordan Rhodes and Michael Equin. That was the two of us. It's in my book. Even got a nice picture in here. But we were just two actors here in New York that played the guitar and got lucky one night trying to get some money out of his father so we wouldn't have to walk home in the snow. And his father said he wouldn't lend us $10, but he would give us $50 if we got up in this place called the Centaur, which had a guy that played the piano like Groucho Marx, looked like Groucho Marx. And his father said, "If you two guys will get up here and entertain these people, I'll give you $50. So Michael said to me, "You want to do that?" I said, $50? Are you kidding? $25? And this is early 1960s. So we got up and we did about 4 or 5 songs. And when we came off, a lady came over to me and gave me a business card. And her husband was a big manager in New York. And we went to see him. And he signed us as the Castaways. So anyway, that's what we did there. Okay, thank you guys very much. I'm certainly glad that you came out here again. And it's a pleasure to be here. And if you have nothing better to do, go out and buy my book.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the blue-collar job actor, Jordan Rhodes. Round of applause. Our next speaker, she was born and grew up in the Philippines and worked as a nurse in New York City for 30 years. She started writing poetry when she was in early teens, and her poems were published in their high school paper, as well as in college, where she was the literary editor. She contributed to different magazines in the Philippines, like MOD, Focus, and Home Life. And in the early 90s, she joined a local newspaper in Queens called Herald Philippines. To talk about her story, she was with us during the Tribeca event and when we launched Confab, and she was also with us in the New York Library Association 2022, and that was in Saratoga Springs, New York. To tell us more about her inspiring story, where she grew up, and what made her survive and thrive here in New York, let's listen to the author of the book, A New York Collage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Virginia Escandor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming this rainy day. Oh, what is it? Oh, the camera doesn't
We're
work?
gonna be out of screen.
It's all right. I'd rather talk to the audience though.
Okay.
Sorry,
It's okay.
because I'm very small. Anyway, where do I begin? Yeah, I'm a retired nurse. Work here for 30 years in New York. But actually, my also greetings to the other platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Thank you for everyone for coming. Yeah, my writing resume is a bit extensive as opposed to the nursing career. I don't know. Actually, my started writing, or I would say writing chose me at a very young age. I was so enamored with words that library was my second home. But this book that I wrote, actually this is my second book. My first book in the 90s was a collection of poetry. It's available in Amazon and all the other online thing. But this is the one that recently, 2022, it's called a New York Collage. So let me tell you about the story about this book. The first thing is it has a sort of like a religious kind of thing, but it's not right into your face. So I would read to you a Latin saying which says, Mea est ultiu et ego retribuam dicit Dominus. It's from Deuteronomy 32, chapter 35. Basically, this is says, vengeance is mine, says the Lord, and I will repay. So this is the motive of this character in my book, who was so compelled and was so angry and so messed up that he he murdered somebody. And murder is, the great philosopher Confucius said, before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig two graves, one for your enemy and one for you. And this is exactly what happens. So this book was actually based in a hospital setting. Just to let you know, no patients died in this book, okay? It's a waiver. But this woman was so hated by everybody that he ended up dead. She ended up dead. So basically, the thing is revenge, right? And the thing is that how did all the characters came about? I call this thing, which Stephen King actually said when he was asked, how do you write? So Stephen King said, well, writing is like you create a bonfire. You know, bonfire. You set a bonfire. It's good for today. It's raining. Get a bonfire, and one by one, the characters appear in it. So one by one comes in it, and that's how you develop a sort of like a story. But I call it in a different thing. In my particular story, I call it like 6 degrees of separation. You know that movie with Will Smith, 6 degrees of separation? Because all these characters came together in the scene of a crime. Like, for example, the two detectives, Sergeant or Lieutenant Riley, Ron Timmons, and all the people that works in the hospital with the deceased, with the victim. Because the detectives get to find the killer, so it's their duty to go into the scene. Also, the nursing staff, the ex-husband, the woman has an ex-husband, and on top of it, he has a mistress. So these are all the characters that revolves around this scene of the crime. Also, there was other people that was not supposed to be connected, but somehow there's a librarian, sort of like a librarian who's kind of sort of like modern type, very young and very, very modern and sort of like a musician / artist. So somehow she has the conscience and curiosity of giving information that she saw in the library with turned out to be the perpetrator of the crime. And also included here are also the side people on the side, the crime scene. The two detectives involved an archaeologist who is an expert in ancient manuscripts, paintings, and fingerprinting. Also, the ex-colleague of Lieutenant Riley, and which is also both were twins, Dennis and Darnell, and they were veterans, Vietnam vets, who give them information also to be able to solve this crime. Also, there's another thing that I need to discuss about in a murder scene also. We also forget the victims, the one who was killed. Although she was hated, but there is a guy on podcast. I love his book. He wrote a book called Unsolved No More. He deep dive into some old cases like the John Benet kind of thing, that kind of stuff. His name is Ken Main, and he wrote this book. It's called Unsolved No More, and he said in all his podcasts, he was an ex detective, ex DAA, whatever, with FBI and all that kind of stuff. But he's retired now, and he said it's important to know the victims. Why is the victim killed? What kind of person is she? So these are the questions involving, and I totally forgot about it, and I just remembered now that the victim is also important. Although she was a hated person, but you have to understand where is all this coming from, because without her, the story would not have happened, right? So that's where it all come together. And at this point in time, any questions? I would rather listen to you guys to ask questions. Yes, this is my partner.
I just want to say, of course, I read her book, and one of the things that I found so remarkable about her book is that we all had supervisors or managers that we hated. I mean, who were sadistic, who tortured us. And so this person who was killed was a very sadistic character, and she tortured everybody, who worked for her. So when the detectives went around and they started investigating the whole thing, they realized that anybody could have killed her because everybody hated her. So they were always looking for somebody. So it's interesting. It's got this whodunit aspect to it. You're trying to figure out who the murderer is, but it's something you could relate to because we've all had these. At one point in our life, we've all had some horrible, sadistic manager who really reveled in our pain. And this woman was that kind of person, and it shows how karma, what you reap, you sow. This woman was a horrible lady, and she ended up getting killed, and they couldn't even figure out who did it because everybody had a motive to kill her, because everybody hated her. And so that's what's so, it's a fun read, because you realize that it could have been anybody, but you're still trying to guess who killed this nasty lady. And I recommend everybody get it because it's a fun read, and it's something you could really relate to because we've all had somebody in our life like that. So,
but the thing is, everybody hated her. But the thing is, who has the courage to do it? I mean, you could think it in your head, going in a train and said, "I really hated this boss," right? But do you have the guts? Who has the guts to kill it? Also, I get into this book about mental illness. Mental illness and PTSD, because there are Vietnam vets that are in here, and also the mental illness. Personally, because I have a brother who's schizophrenic, so my stories are always with something with mental illness. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I really enjoy a lot of times like an aspect of like mystery.
Yeah,
books.
murder.
the narrator oftentimes has like bias and can be unreliable. I was wondering if you played with at all with that with your narrator, like if what they're saying is exactly what's happening, or if you played with like a bias or an unreliable reality.
Probably with bias.
Bias.
Yes, towards the victim, right? Because yes. But then I tried to realize that, like this detective, I got it from him. You could see him in podcast. He's on YouTube. His name is Ken Main. He always discusses about the victimology, which is very important actually, because why was he killed? Why was this woman killed? Was it intentional? That's another thing, with intent, right? With intent. Or it was a random killing, like wrong place at the wrong time, that kind of stuff. So, but we are obliged in a society, we have that moral duty not to kill. Like you said, in the Bible it says, vengeance is mine, right? But what really propels a person to kill, right? It's a mystery, I don't know. I mean, unless, you really hated the person and the courage to do it and the planning. That's another thing. I mean, just thinking about it, I was like, oh God, I'm tired. I can't do this. No, unless you're really, something is wrong in your head and stuff like that. That's another thing. Mental illness can be another factor in there. Yes.
But why murder? Why murder?
Why murder? I know somebody asked me that. That's a personal question.
She loves murder mystery.
Yeah, because I love murder mystery. I grew up with Agatha Christie, Sherlock Holmes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And I said to myself, I love mystery. And so that's how it became. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I love mystery. I love crime. I love all the crime shows and movies and all that. I'm doing a murder mystery dinner party for New Year's Eve. I love that.
Oh. What happened? Wait, where is the murder?
Well, somebody's gonna get murdered, right? Invite me. I want to attend. Invite me.
And then they're going to get up and play another part.
Right. Dinner, 13 people in dinner or something like that. I think Agatha Christie wrote that kind of thing. Dinner, 13 dinner or something. 13 people were there, somebody got murdered or something. Something like that, yeah.
I wish, I've never thought about it because I was thinking it would be very hard to write something like that, but now that you're
It's also, I have a very spiritual person. I believe in a higher power, so I try not to be the proselyte is what you call it, where you are at your face and you got to believe, you got to do this, No, I try to put it in certain areas in the book, like a sprinkle, sort of like when you do a cupcake and you put a sprinkle on it. So you put a little sprinkle here and there, a touch of here and there, a touch of angels here and there, just to bring it, But this is in Deuteronomy. It's a very strong thing. Vengeance is mine, And Confucius said that too. You embark into revenge. You have to dig two graves, one for the victim, one for you, which is very true. Yes, Cora.
I applaud Bridget's work. She's a dear friend, so maybe I'm a little bit biased towards her favor. You start with a raw emotion. You start with a raw emotion that becomes your base, like your impetus.
Yeah.
Right, but then you cannot stick to that emotion, otherwise you would lose your clarity.
Absolutely.
So what Bridget did, she created like a character. It's a very character-filled book. But she created like an intricate network, like an intricate web.
Yeah.
So
that's why it's called 6 degrees of separation. That's why I call it 6 degrees of separation.
So I think one of those characters we're able to identify with also as well.
Yeah.
But she was able to objectify.
Right.
She was very clear with her roles of each of these characters. That's why it's a New York collage. And
that's why it's a collage. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of a quick read because it's character
right.
and it's filled with tremendous color. So,
yeah.
But I think for me the rush of emotion, that's a starting point.
Right.
I think so. But then, like I said, you cannot stick to that cloud because otherwise it's gonna be wet.
Right. It's all over the place.
It's gonna be like a gray area.
Right.
So you're able to put it.
Yeah, everybody's asking me why.
Like appropriate.
It's a collage, but it's a collage of people. It's like each one of them is a photograph in an album. The album is a crime scene, so they're all dragged there. They don't know each other at the beginning. The detectives don't know these nurses, that the suspects or the ex-husband, and there's another thing in there. One of the detectives actually sort of like infatuated with the mistress. So there's a tension in the emotional, and so the partner, who looks like Denzel Washington anyway, I love Denzel Washington. So he tried to let him focus on the investigation because he was kind of dragged into the mistress because he really has a crush on the mistress. So there's another emotion that's all like, intertwined into this kind of thing, in this murder.
Mistress of her ex-husband.
Yeah, the mistress of the ex-husband. So they went into the apartment, and so they had to interview the ex-husband and the mistress. So the lieutenant looked at the girl, and she was like sort of like Meghan Markle type, striking, sort of like Meghan Markle, and she was like, he was attracted. He was a man, and he saw this woman, very, very attractive. So he sort of like infatuated with him, but he thought about it, and he said it would be an embarrassment to the department, and he's gonna ruin his career as a detective, as a person like that. So there's the one. So there's the one. That's why we have to hold on to something, like if you really love somebody or infatuated or something. So what makes you do that? What makes you like hold on your moral standing? And you're like, no, I'm not gonna do that, because it's gonna ruin my family, that kind of stuff. So any more questions? But do you want me to read a part of this book?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait a minute. I would like to read to you about the Vietnam thing. It was at Playco because it's something to do with a lot of people, even yesterday, they were talking. Am I doing overtime? I'm good. Tell me what time is it. There was a couple of guys yesterday too. I think I was watching. It was also veterans, and then Mr. Ross is a veteran, right? There was a lady. What's her name? Green, Miss Moss Green. She's also a VA nurse, right? Retired nurse, and she took care of a lot of veterans. So I have really a soft spot for veterans. Also, my father fought. He was young. World War II. He was a guerrilla in the Philippines. He was against the Japanese, of course, but he was very young. That's why he was a veteran. Anyway, let me begin this. It was a clear day in June. They were part of a recon team, creeping their way into the swamplands of a country that they had no business going into in the first place. A territory filled with strange species of bugs, birds, snakes they probably never heard of, monkeys swinging from the vines, creating some funny sounds, birds mating calls, and bugs, I gotta take off my glasses. Swiftly crossing their paths. They had no sleep the previous night. Their ponchos were soaking wet, but they had to keep moving, and in between trees they could see a gleam of the sun. It was muggy. They could smell the stench from their boots and hear the grumbling from their stomachs. Hey, anybody have a cigarette? Mustang shouted from behind. Shh, you idiot, cut down your voice. VCs are probably around here like ants. They see the Viet Congs, Vox hissed at him, his 6-foot frame towering above almost everyone. He had strong arms that could crack another skull. I need to pee, said Rapid, as he stepped out and found a tree. I know what I'm going to do as soon as we hit the base. I'll get a piece of steak, medium rare, with barbecue sauce, said Vox, whose passion was food. You're right, buddy. We'll be dead before we even smell coffee, Lucky said. Before being drafted, he had been studying philosophy. He wanted to pursue theology and eventually became a minister. Why do we have to be here anyway? I mean, this is a whole mess. That's politics, my friend. Unfortunately, this man in Washington with big egos are rolling dice on our lives, Rapid said. He turned to Brandon and said, "Hey, Brandon, you've been quiet." "Leave him alone," Mustang interjected. "He left a sweetie pie in Saigon, right, buddy?" "A sweetie pie," chorused the group. "Shh, you guys, lower down your voices." This time it was Mustang who admonished them. "Listen, something is up," Lucky said, lowering himself. It was unusually quiet. Even the birds stopped chirping. About 300 yards in front of them, guns started firing. They all ducked and dragged themselves for cover. It was an ambush. Vox flew and landed flat. Mustang was hit, but the last thing he did was to cover Brandon. And his dying words were to tell his mom that he loved her. Brandon must have passed out. When he came to, he was in a makeshift ER with excruciating pain in his leg. Vox, Rapid, Lucky, and Mustang were gone. He survived. That's part of the Vietnam thing. And if you want me to read more, my own time? Huh? 3 minutes, okay. So, let me read you a poem. It's about a soldier. It's called Sunflower Soldier. I wrote this many, many years ago. Somehow I've known you. Your name seems to be all muddled up in my address book. Your face bears resemblance to Ronnie, Jess, Robert, Brian. Your smile I thought I saw in Paris, London, Sydney, or New York. I read your name in an obituary many years back. A faded hero, a courageous shadow, gazing up to the sun, a tombstone in a war memorial. Perhaps I never knew you. Another poem I would like to read is about New York. Sorry about this. It's called The New York Skyline. I guess we could dance at Madison Square Garden, then hang out with the moon on trails of paper cups at 34th Street. Come home to Queens either by F or R train, whichever comes first. Although the R reminds me of a guy named Robert, who bears resemblance to Dr. Zhivago, without the mustache and the solitude of the Balkan mountains. Everything happened so fast between us that I never realized till I fell apart and was blown as far as the Gulag. 2 blocks from my apartment along Broadway, we could try amoy mai from a Chinese restaurant. The Mandarin guy speaks broken English, still be at the door waiting for late customers, or simply looking up, thinking of some Manchurian jokes he left behind. Then we could take a leisurely walk, pass by Alvaro on a public phone, pleading to his cara de amor to come back, but of course there's nobody on the phone at the end of the line. We could have coffee at my Jennifer convertible, steaming cups of Maxwell House, which you like with cream and lots of sugar, and I like it plain and black. Later on, we could watch Gone with the Wind and not cry when Red leaves Scarlet for the last time, as you will leave me tonight at the end of the night. Before I go, I'd like to, before this thing all fall apart, before we all go from this confab, just like to say that our stories continues like a river flowing, written in the pages of books, or it could be carved in a stone like a sculptor. Also also the stories told by our grandfathers and grandmothers, which evolved into myths and legends, folklores and stuff. Because stories is that keeps humanity moving. So our stories, we have to keep telling stories. This is the only way that our species could live. There is a book I read many, many years ago. It was by Hal Borland. I think he wrote it in 1962. It's called When Legends Die. When legends die, dreams die. And when dreams die, there's no more greatness. So please continue to be great by telling stories and writing stories. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That was a nice closing. A round of applause once again. A New Year collage by Ms. Virginia Candor. It's available in Amazon and Barnes and Noble. Thank you so much. Now, moving on to our next featured speaker. She was with us. The first time was in Louisiana, I believe. That was in Louisiana just this year. And from then on, we've been together in LA. But this is her first time to be in a book confab because she missed the book confab in San Francisco. So I'm so excited about this. Our next featured speaker was born in Jamaica, and she was educated in England and in Jamaica. And she enjoys classical music and played the cello recorder, clarinet, and guitar as a teenager. She is a wife, a mother, and a grandmother, and worked for the Jamaican government. She migrated to the United States of America and worked as an educator. She is retired and continues in her love of reading, writing, and music. To tell us more about her story, it's a children's book, but really it's for everyone in the family. But definitely it's all about her dogs. So it's The Dogs with Attitude by Yvonne Bronstorff. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. First, I'd like to introduce you to my book. It's called Dogs with Attitude. Now, as a child, I was an only child until I was 11 years old. And so a dog which was given to me when I was about 6 months, given to my mom for me, that dog became my companion. And reading became my second companion. As a matter of fact, I was punished by my books being taken away from me. And then I always found a way. I would hide underneath one of the beds where it faced a window with the book, and I would continue to read. So reading has always been a passion with me. And I think out of that reading came the passion for me to write. Because even as a teenager in my school, when I was schooled in Jamaica, we had an arrangement with schools in the other Commonwealth countries, Australia, New Zealand, where we would have a transfer of poetry between the schools. Unfortunately, the teachers never ever thought of keeping those poems. They were always sent abroad and we would get. So writing has always been a part of me. I look at creation, and everything about creation to me is beautiful. Everything about creation, I see God's hand on it. Everything about creation is a part of me. And so when I look at anything in creation, when I look at people, when I look at animals, they are all part of this beautiful creation in which we live. And words start to flow from me. How am I to describe it? To let other people see the things that I'm seeing. Something that someone might think it's ugly. I will look at it, but I'm not looking at it just what I'm seeing. I'm looking for the beauty in it, because everything created has beauty in it. And so as I went along writing poems and writing short stories, I had many dogs. We always had dogs at home. But there were 5 dogs that there was something very special about them. They had a certain attitude about them that you just could not sort of forget. And so in my book, Dogs with Attitude, I wrote about 5 of them, about Sammy, the snake, about Scrappy, a child's companion, about Bow Wow, the old man, about Tiger, the spirit of the family, and about Champ, who I call the crazy dog. Okay? So I would just like to read some excerpts from the book to just give you an idea of how special these dogs were. The first one I would like to read about is Sammy, the snake. Every 2 months or so, Sammy decided it was time to go walkabout. We always knew because every time someone opened the front door to enter or exit, he would crouch onto his stomach and sidle quietly towards the front door. The word around the house was, watch the front door. Sammy is ready to fly the coop. Everyone would be on alert, but my poor uncle was never fast enough, and Sammy would slip past him. And my uncle was the one who always said, oh, he won't get past me. But you know the person who always says that. Sammy would be away for 3 to 4 days, and one day you would see him sitting sheepishly in a chair on the front porch. His coat was all dirty and sooty, looking as if he had been down a chimney. He could not look you in the eye, and as soon as you let him in the house, he would drag himself warily and all meek and mild into the pen where, with his head bowed. He had obviously not eaten for days, tired beyond words, and would sleep for almost 48 hours. Sammy also had a police record, and his running away almost cost him his life. On 2 occasions, while on his little safari, he was approached by someone in the street, and he bit them. The people called the police, of course, and they followed him home, placing a wire hoop around his neck. The cops warned my uncle that if he bit anyone again, the cops would have to take him away. Sammy did continue to run away, but he never bit anyone again. I guess the feel of that wire hoop tightened around his neck left a lasting impression. So that's an excerpt from Sammy. An excerpt I'd also like to read is about Bow Wow. You see, Bow Wow was a kind of special dog. He came from nowhere. He just wandered home with my father-in-law one morning while he was coming from his morning walk. And Bow Wow sort of sneaked in and walked behind him. And so he came onto the front porch, and I described Bow Wow as a Heinz 57 variety little wire-haired terrier that looked like someone who had a bad hair day. That's how he looked, okay? And he was given some milk to drink. As he ate, we wondered why he did not appear to be chewing. We then took a closer look and we noticed that this dog had no teeth. But you should have heard him crack a bone with his gums. The question then was, what to name the dog? We thought of names like Gums, Bone Crusher, Tractor, Mutty, and others. When we called him by other names, he barely raised his eye as if to say, really? Suddenly, Mr. B called out, Bow Wow! And the dog went to him, wagged his tail, and allowed Mr. B to pat him. So Bow Wow became his name. But Bow Wow had something else very special about him. One day, there were some dogs living across the way. They were very vicious dogs. They were always kept locked up. And then this particular day, we saw the dogs coming up the driveway. And there is Bow Wow sitting at the top of the driveway. It was a very long driveway. And our concern was for Bow Wow. These 2 dogs plodded up the driveway, strong, beady eyes staring ahead, heads slightly bent, looking like a lion stalking its prey. Their eyes were trained on Bow Wow, of course, because in their minds, he was easy pickings. They proceeded slowly towards the house, and Bow Wow just sat there, not moving. Our thoughts were, they're going to kill Bow Wow. They're going to tear him to pieces. Bow Wow doesn't stand a chance. Bow Wow will be like a rag doll in their mouths. Strangely, he just sat there, seemingly unperturbed. Well, Bow Wow wasn't about to be anybody's hero. As we watched, he suddenly jumped up and ran to the neighbor's wall, jumped over, and disappeared. We breathed a sigh of relief. Bow Wow returned, bounding over the wall, followed by 6 other little mutts of all sizes. We looked at each other with shocked expressions. Bow Wow had not run away to hide. Bow Wow had gone to get reinforcement to face the Dobermans. So those are just 2 of the excerpts from this book. But as I said, everybody loves dogs. They are the most wonderful pets you could have. There is something very special about them. The companionship, the love, that feeling that you get from them. And this book was not just where I sat and I wrote. I would think about these dogs and about their stories. And I wanted to remember those stories. I didn't want to forget about them. So one by one, I began writing. And over a couple of years, I was writing. And my family, my kids and myself, we would sit and we would talk about these things the dogs did, and we would be laughing. And I gradually, over a couple of years, put the different stories together. And then when I retired, my daughter said to me one day, "Mommy, I think you have a book there." I said, "No, you're kidding. We're just enjoying this. I just want to remember these dogs." And she says, "No." And I sent it to a publisher, and the book was accepted, and Reader's Magnet took over the marketing of the book. Now, the thing is that when I wrote this, I did not want people to remember their pets they no longer had with sadness. I wanted them to remember what the pets were to them, the love, the companionship, the caring, that feeling that developed between you and your pets. I wanted them to remember that and not have the sadness of, I don't have this pet anymore. And I had a neighbor who had lost one dog. She was old. She was like 13 years old and passed on. And she got another pet, and that pet died when it was about 6 months old. And the grief that I saw her go through, I said, I want her to understand the beauty of what she shared, because everything, there is an end to every life at some point. So I wanted people to think about the pets and share what the pets meant to them. And that is one of the reasons why I put this book together. I not only think that it's for people, I think it's for children. It's regarded as a children's book. But I want also other people to read it. Fortunately, through Reader's Magnet, this book is now on audio. So you can go to audio and you can hear the book being read. I'm not the one reading it. Somebody else is reading it. Somebody really good is reading it. So, I'm encouraging you, if you want to hear it and hear more about it, you can go and listen to it on audio. But writing, I just write for the love of writing, because through writing, you can express so much of yourself, even if it doesn't get published. It is a way of expressing that inner self to yourself, where you can look back at it and you can read and you can see sometimes your growth from one stage in your life or one season in your life to another. I want to say thank you to Reader's Magnet. for taking my book where they have taken it. I love working with them so much. Jessa, someone mentioned Jessa. Jessa is the one that I started to work with. But John, James, and Leah, I met them, and the encouragement that I have got, the feeling of being family that I've got from them. There are 2 more publications that are going to be coming out from Reader's Magnet. One is a Christian devotional, and the other is a book of poetry. So they still have a good way to carry me. But what I want more than anything else is for everyone to enjoy my stories, everyone to think about their pets and enjoy their pets. I want also for children, I want when children read this, for them to understand the bond and the love that can exist between a pet and their owner, the children, the protection. One of the dogs that I write about, I used to put my children on the front lawn when we visited my parents. And the children were like 2 and 3 years old. And I would say to the dog, Tiger, make sure the children do not go to the front gate and leave the children on the front lawn. And if they attempted to walk to the front gate, Tiger would bark and then hold one of them by the seat of their pants. Okay? So there is just that special thing, and I know a lot of you understand that because you probably had pets, but there's just that special thing. And if you have something you want to write about, never say, I cannot do it. Sit down, write, let your thoughts flow, and you will be amazed at what you can produce. I want to thank my husband, who is here with me this afternoon, and my children, who are so encouraging. They never stop encouraging me. They never stop coming to me with ideas. My son came to me the other day with an idea, and we were just in stitches. He says, what about writing about a dog in Jamaica coming to live in America? And we started to feed ideas between each other, and we were literally rolling on the floor when we thought of the reaction of the Jamaican dog. So who knows what might come out of that idea. But thank you so much for being here, and I hope you will read my book, and I also hope that when my devotional and my poetry comes out, that you will also remember my book and read those. Thank you, Reader's Magnet, so much. Any questions? Go ahead.
Was there a particular dog that you enjoyed writing about? The most, yeah.
Probably the one called Tiger, who I call the spirit of the family. Tiger came to us at 6 weeks old. He could hardly walk. He was my brother's 16th birthday present. And my aunt who brought them said, oh no, he's the runt of the litter, let me take him back. And my mom said, no, you're not taking him back. And she took charge of that dog. And he was an Alsatian, which is like the German Shepherd here. And he grew into the most beautiful specimen of a dog you could imagine. Not only that, he controlled, we lived on a cul-de-sac, and he controlled it. In our country, all our houses are fenced with gates, and everybody had dogs. And he would go out on the street sometimes, and he would walk past, and the dogs at the various gates would sit down and put their heads down. He controlled that road. No dog could come over to the house unless Tiger allowed them, and they knew that. If the front gate was open, they would come to the front gate, and if he sat down and didn't move, they know they could come in. If he got up, you know you had better run for your life. So Tiger, I call him in the book the spirit of the family, you know. But Bow Wow, the old man, there was just that little thing about this old dog that was so brave. Any more questions? Yes?
What made you choose like children's kind of literature instead of short stories or other?
What made me choose what?
What made you choose children's literature?
I didn't really choose. I just wrote it, and as I said, the book is actually dedicated to pet owners who have lost their pets. And so, but they think because what the book is, they think it would be ideal as a children's book. And you know what? We need children's books out there. We really do. Books like this, where the child can just sit and read, and they're familiar with what you're writing about. Maybe most of them have pets in their homes. So, you know, it is a children's book. But really, I wrote it for everybody to enjoy. Are there, yes?
I think, no, my comment is just, I think the diversity of the characters of these dogs almost mirror humanity itself. So having said that, it's like a lesson that's going to be timeless.
Perfectly right. I go from Tiger, the beautiful Alsatian, German Shepherd, Regal, beautiful dog, and then you have Bow Wow, that little mutt, but so much pluck in him, so much spirit in him. It's like people. You see somebody tall, handsome, whatever the world might describe them as, and immediately you get a picture of strength, and then you see somebody looking a little ragtag, and you figure they're weak. The lesson is, do not judge anybody by how they look. You never know what is in them. Any more questions? Yes, go ahead.
Well, I just have a comment because I can identify with the dog and the attitude I have with Chihuahua and she watches me when I'm talking, like she likes to look right into my eyes. But when I tell her things to do, go eat your food, go sit down, whatever, she minds better than a child. And I'm like, now, is she really understanding what I'm saying or what's going on with that? So I'm often wondering about that because she minds very well.
I have wondered the same thing because in the book, in the story of Sammy, when my husband was visiting me, Sammy was a biter, but he would only bite you when you get up to leave the house. He would nip you on your ankle, okay? So when visitors were around, you had to lock him away. And when he kept visiting, my aunt said, oh no, this is ridiculous. I'm not locking this dog away every time. She brought Sammy to him, said to Sammy, smell him, he's family, you are not to bite him. And we let Sammy go, and my husband could come and go as much as he liked. And I've always wondered, how did Sammy understand that message? You know, don't bite, he's family, you know? So, you know, I think there are just things about them that we don't realize sometimes how much they understand. Or a dog who is in a bilingual family and understands both languages.
Yeah.
You ever thought of that? A dog in a bilingual family understands both languages. So they are so smart. They're so smart. The only thing left for them to do is talk. Thank you so very much. And enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you so so much. I know you guys can relate to dogs with attitude because just like ourselves, our dogs have definitely have personalities and attitudes as well. So let's give it up once again for Miss Yvonne Bornstor. Such an amazing story. You guys have pets too? I miss my three, princesses. Like they own our house, by the way. We're like the tenants there. So I think the next speaker is quite related to this one because I believe it's a children's book as well. But like Yvonne's book, it's really a family book. It's a family book for anybody out there who has loved and owned a pet. So our next speaker was born in 1960 in Orangeburg, South Carolina, and she's a retired. She retired from state government in 2007 after 29 years of service, and is now living in Gilbert, South Carolina. She began singing in church as a child, and she is a singer-songwriter who is currently recording her first album. That was last year in 2022. She began her own ministry in the year of 2006, which is called Don't You Know You're a Child of the Most High God? And her ministry is about visiting, praying, and singing for the sick and others that need encouragement in their lives. To tell us more about her story, her background, and what inspired her to write this book, Rockabye Jesus, let's welcome Teresa Haven Polinsky. A round of applause.
Thank you. It is good to be here. But I didn't think I was going to make it. Such traffic out there. I would like to thank Reader's Magnet for inviting me here and for working with my book. They've done a good job in marketing my book that with Rockabye Jesus. It's been a wonderful book that I wrote, but actually I didn't write it. God wrote the book. Some years ago, I was singing Rockabye Baby to my daughter when she was little. She's 24 now. And all of a sudden the words Rockabye Jesus came to me. And I started singing that. And I was wondering where it came from. And then I started hearing, go write it down. And I was so tired. And I said, I'll write it down in the morning. And I kept hearing the voice saying, get up and go write it down. And I said, I'll write it down in the morning. And this went on for about 15, 20 minutes. And then the voice got louder and saying, get up and write it down before you forget it. And I said, okay. So I got up and I wrote it down. And then the next day I went to my pastor and I told him about it. And I said, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it yet. And he said, well, you need to wait and listen. So I did. And it was some 20 years later, I came across the words again. And with the way the world has been going on today, I realized and I knew what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to write the book. And that I was supposed to reach a lot of people. And this book was supposed to touch people and to bring them to Jesus, because the world is in such turmoil right now. And there's a lot of people that do not know Jesus. And there are children out there that do not know Jesus today. And parents do not know Jesus, and they need to know. My goal in this book is to touch the world and to bring them to Jesus and to glorify God. And I don't care if I have to just hand them out. I'll do that. I just want to please God and to glorify God, and I want people to know Jesus. There are not a lot of words, but I did a lot of illustrations in the book so that the average reader, people that can't read, can get the story out of the book. And I made it into like a playground of Jesus watching over the children on the playground. And I wanted Jesus on the white cloud, and that he never gets off the white cloud. And he goes down into the playground on the white cloud, and he talks with the children. And I'll read the book to you. It is Rockabye Jesus on a white cloud. When the wind blows, he circles around. And as you can see, the children are on the playground, and Jesus has come down on the cloud into the playground. And he's lifting us up one by one and telling his story under the sun. Then rockabye Jesus on a white cloud. When the wind blows, he circles around. And if you notice in the book, in my books, you will only see flowers. The flowers will only be yellow daffodil. That is my favorite flower. And that's all the flowers you'll ever see in my books. And the oak tree, that's my favorite tree. So that's all the flowers you'll ever see in any of my books. That's my signature. Watching us play and keeping us safe so we will have a great day at play. Rockabye Jesus on a white cloud. When the wind blows, he circles around. Hearing our prayers and whispering to us that they will be answered, his promise to us. And Jesus does promise to answer our prayers. And children are very important to Jesus, very important. Rockabye Jesus on a white cloud. When the wind blows, he circles around. And you see the children are down on their knees and they're praying. And I did that so that it will teach the children to get on their knees and pray. And that they can do that. Healing the sick, the blind to see, the lame to walk. By his word, they were healed. And Jesus does still heal today. Thank you. Rockabye Jesus on a white cloud. When the wind blows, he circles around. At the end of our day, we look up to Him. He's smiling down. I'll see you again. A thing that Jesus talks about in the Bible is with the children, He tells us, do not hinder the children. There was a time when a child came to Jesus, and one of the disciples had tried to stop the child to coming to Jesus. And Jesus said, no, don't stop him, do not. A child will enter the gates of heaven before you, because do not ever hinder the child, and let the child come to me. And that's okay, just let it stay, it's fine. So children are very, very, very important to Jesus, and they will enter the gates of heaven before we will, because they're innocent. They are, when you have your children and you are teaching them, make sure you teach them the right things. Teach them right, not the wrong things, because Jesus is watching. And we want our children to grow up knowing Jesus. And I feel like in this book, God wants the children to know Him. And if they do not know Him, they can't go any further. They don't know what they do. They don't know right from wrong. So we are to do our best to teach them right from wrong and help them grow in the right direction. And they are our future in this world. And we want the best for our world. And so many children are going in the wrong direction. So many children are in trouble these days. We got so many gangs, and so many children don't know what they're doing. They're out there, they're shooting people, they're stealing and breaking in places and don't care. They're hurting people and hurting themselves, basically. But if we raise them up in knowing God and knowing right from wrong, I feel like we're leading them in the right direction, and hopefully we won't hurt people. They won't hurt people. The world will be so much better. And I know growing up myself, I grew up with an alcoholic father. And I loved my father. And I tried to show respect. But I know he was doing wrong. And he was a jealous man of my mother. But my mother was a godly woman. And she always had us in church. But I had to grow up fast and protect my siblings and my grandmother that lived with us and my mother. And I was forever pulling my dad off my mother until he would beat on her. And I knew it was wrong. And the things that I had to do to my dad to get him off my mother, I knew was wrong, but I had to do what I had to do to protect my mother. And my grandmother always made sure I knew that I was okay and okay in God's eyes. And God always kept me safe. My dad never hit me, although I would throw him in the floor. And I was small, but God made me strong enough to do what I had to do. And it hurt me to do the things I did. And I struggled with it for a long time, but I got okay with it. I never hated my dad. I hated the things he did. Finally, my mom and dad split up. But I had told my mom that she needed to because I did not want to find her dead. And so once they did, and then later on, my dad gave his life to Christ. And that was a good thing. And I felt good about it. And then I loved the man totally. And when he passed away, it hurt. And I wrote a song about him. Years later, I wrote a song about him that I loved my daddy, and I miss him so. I did not like the man that he was, but I loved the man he became. And but the book, and I will write a book about all of this one day, but the book that I wrote about the children, I hope a lot of people will be touched by it, and I hope a lot of people will get to read it and will be saved by it. To me, it's a wonderful book that God gave me, and because He gave me the words, I hope it reaches as many as He would like, and I hope it does what He wants it to do. My other book, I wrote a book Jensen's Lullaby. It is a book that I wrote a week before my daughter was born. It's a lullaby I wrote to her, and I added to it for when she has her little girl. I think it's a beautiful lullaby, and I never thought I'd be able to have a child, but I did. And it's a song, and it goes by the song. It's an old song. It's called Tammy, and it's from Tammy and the Bachelor. And it was sung by Debbie Reynolds. The song goes, but it's the words are, my little angel was sent from above and blessed me completely with all her love. My little girl is as sweet as can be, Jensen, sweetest to me. My little girl is so beautiful to me, Jensen, prettiest to me. There'll come a day when you'll understand mother's love will always be there in your hands. When the day comes and you need to go, Jensen, remember, I love you so. When the time comes to walk down the aisle, Mama will be watching you. the most beautiful bride of all. My baby girl is all grown up now to start her own family. She'll be blessed with by God. And now the time has come for your little girl, Jensen. Remember, God blessed you with her. And then I just told her at the end, Jensen, you will always be my baby girl, and I will forever love you. You are my beautiful sunshine that lights up my days, and you make me so proud. Love, Mama. She is going to school right now. To be a veterinarian assistant. She loves animals. And I can relate to Yvonne, can relate to her story about her pets, her dogs. I have 3 shepherds, German shepherds, and 2 pits. 2 pit bulls. I rescued one here a few months ago from a dumpster, and because she had been hit by a car, and plus she was malnourished. I think someone had just left her there, and then she got hit by a car. And I picked off 30 ticks off of her ears, and she let me do it. And I brought her home, and she's been so very blessed and thankful to me for allowing me to do that. Since I brought her home, every time I come in the door, she runs and jumps up in my arms. And she, to me and my husband, she'll lay on us. She'll get up and jump in our laps, and she'll lay on us and just dead weight. She just lays across us, and we can't get away from it. She's going to get there, and she's going to lay on us. So I need to write a book about our dogs. And all our dogs are special in their own way, just like your dogs. I mean, they all have their own personality, and we know it. But I got a 3rd book coming out in a couple of weeks. It's Rain from Heaven, and that is a conversation. It's a true story of a conversation my daughter and I had years ago, and I wrote it down after we had the conversation. She asked me where rain came from. And in the story, I talk about my grandma Myrtle. She had always told us that when it's raining and storming, to sit down and be quiet because God is doing his work. And and if we sit and be quiet, we can hear the sounds. And nothing will happen. There's nothing to be afraid of because that was God doing his work. So from then on, I've never been afraid of the storm and the thunder and lightning. And it's always been a peaceful sound to me now because I know it's God doing his work. And when it's all said and done, and when it's through, then Grandma always told us we can go out and play now because God is through doing his work. And his work was he was watering the trees and the plants and sending water for us to be able to drink and the animals to drink and everything. And then he sends the rainbow. And at the end of the book, I told my daughter that God left a surprise. And she said, "What is it?" And I told her that he left a rainbow. And she asked me, what is a rainbow? And I told her, I said, "Well, that, my dear, is another story." So I may write another story for that. So, but I have a lot of books I wrote of conversations my daughter and I had. I always wrote them down, so I've got a lot of stories to put in a book. and for memories from my daughter. And so I look forward to getting those out. And I thank Reader's Magnet for having me here and for putting these books together for me. And I look forward to being here, and I'm blessed to be here. I didn't think I was going to make it. The weather, the traffic out there, people blessing me out there for being in their way, and it's quite a challenge out there on the highway in New York, but we survived it. But nice to be here with all of you. I appreciate it. And be careful out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
How did you decide the illustration style?
The illustration, well, I kind of prayed about it. And with Jesus being on a white cloud, I pictured it being, and watching over the children, he was over a playground. And the children were playing. And being, it was in the words that he was watching them play, then I pictured it being over a playground. And then over a playground, I knew I wanted it to be children of all nationalities, not just one color. I wanted it to be sure it was children of all nationalities, because I didn't want to exclude anyone in my book. It was very important to me. And also on the front of the book, the front cover, I could have chosen a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, which is my little girl, to be on Jesus' lap. But I decided to let the person doing the drawing, I told them to choose. So I'll let them choose the child to be on the book. And so it wouldn't be, so they chose. Yes, sir.
I was just curious. I feel like it can be widely debated sometimes, like how to depict Jesus in different like artworks and stuff. So I was curious what your process was for choosing like the depiction.
What do you mean?
Like people argue about like what he looked like and stuff. So I was just
I
curious.
wanted them to make sure he looked like a Jew. And that's what he is supposed to look like, as a Jew. Because that's what Jesus was supposedly in the Bible. He was a Jew. And that's what he's supposed to look like as a Jew. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And in the book with the children, all nationalities, I wanted the children to look, and their hair and their hair and their color of their eyes and everything was supposed to be, if they were a Jew, if they were African American, if they were whatever their nationality was, I wanted their hair, their color of their eyes, everything to match their nationality, and I specified that in my illustration. Mm-hmm.
Did you work with any? I'm sorry to ask a second question. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
work with any sensitivity readers?
Not readers, no. I worked with the illustrator, the one that was doing the drawing, and I approved everything. And if it was something I had a question about, I sent it back.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like, I mean, maybe this is going to be hard to answer. It just seems like a lot of your writing is inspired by like spirituality, but it's also like very centered on your family. So I was going to ask if you felt like maybe it was one more than the other, but maybe it depends on the project, or.
No,
I'm just wondering how like family and spirituality and all that goes into your writing.
How
your family and also your spirituality, like your religious practices and whatnot, if it like goes into your writing.
This particular book?
Just many projects.
This particular book was given to me by God. The words were given to me by God. I didn't write it. God wrote this book. And I wrote the words down that he told me to write. And that's the only thing I can explain to you on that. And I know it's hard to believe, but I got up and wrote down the words that I heard to write down. So, and I tell this in here. I say, this book is dedicated to my Father God in heaven. He is the one that gave me the words while I was lying down with my toddler daughter one night. God would not let me sleep. I kept hearing him say to me, get up and write it down before you forget the words I gave you. God repeated that several times until I finally got out of bed and wrote the words down to Rock About Jesus.
What about the other books that you were talking about?
Well, the other book, this one was, I wrote this to, it's a Jensen's Lullaby. It's a lullaby I wrote to her. That was mine. Those were my words. And I believe in those. I was raised up in the church, and I was raised up by the King James Version of the Bible. Okay. Yes.
So do you take particular inspiration from the King James translation?
Not necessarily. I go by the NIV Bible also.
I'm an ESV person. But...
Mm-hmm. I've been to, I was raised up in the Baptist, but I've also been to
American or Southern?
American.
Me too.
And Southern.
Oh.
I go by, I've been to both churches. I've gone to Methodist. I've been to Methodist churches. I've heard theirs. I don't discriminate. To me, as long as you believe in Jesus, that's all that matters to me. Yes.
Can you speak more about music or how music has influenced your style of writing?
Music?
It's like lullaby, and when you were reading earlier, there was this humming in my head, like Rockabye Baby.
Mm-hmm. Music, I've always loved music. I sang in church as a child. My mother played the piano for me, and I sang solos in church as a child. I was invited to many churches and sang. I have been here working on my very first gospel album, but I've had some surgeries that has slowed me down. I haven't been able to finish my album yet, so I'm waiting on some healing to be able to finish the album. I've written some of my own songs, but my passion is the old hymns. I love the old hymns, and so some of those will be on my album. But one song I wrote was that I plan to sing is I'm going to walk right up to heaven to see my Lord and Jesus. I'm going to wrap my arms around him and give him the biggest hug.
Thank you. Everybody, Teresa Polinsky, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Is that was that Janice Lullaby? Jensen? Jensen's Lullaby and Rockabye Baby. So I believe the books are available in Amazon and Barnes & Noble for Rockabye Jesus. And thank you so much again, Teresa Polinsky, for such an amazing story. And we're down to our last author. Can you believe that? So we're concluding again Reader's Magnet Book Confab, year 2 here in New York. But this one is going to be a virtual speaking engagement, just like what we did yesterday with Stephen Auslander. So she won't be able to make it, but she's a resident of Reader's Magnet Book Confab. She's been with us since the first time, although she wasn't with us in Tribeca, but during the very first one that we really did a full throttle of Book Confab in San Francisco and then in San Diego, she was with us. And this is the first time that she couldn't make it in person, but she still can make it with us. But she's right now doing something with her internet, so she can't make it right at this moment. So we got excited because I think this is a moment earlier because we probably had some things to do with this author, in which she was one of the first authors that had an opportunity to speak earlier today. She's a wonderful singer. She's a life coach. And again, I think serendipity, it's a matter of her doing it again with us, probably a 10-minute exercise. So most of you were not here earlier today, so I know you guys missed it. And this is a great privilege for everybody. Our next speaker is Jay Shetty, Certified Life and Success Coach, who specializes in emotional wellness and transformation coaching. She did some exercises earlier today, and I know you guys did that fair share of exercise with her, at least for 10 minutes before we do our last featured author today. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's give it for Amrita Kailas.
Thank you so much, Readers Magnet, for giving me this opportunity again to present on a different topic. I'm going to choose a different topic. How many of you have gone through conflicts in your relationships? All of you? That's what I expected, okay. I know. It is a tug of war. I've gone through the same kind of tug of war in my relationship too. So I know conflicts are common, and there can be healthy conflicts too. Not every conflict has to be a negative one. So today I'm going to just read out a short exercise out here from my book, Wisdom of the Unshakable, which I actually applied in my workplace to resolve the conflicts that I encountered. And to give you a brief context about the conflict itself, I was working as a quality assurance manager in a particular startup company, and my role involved finding defects in the product. Finding defects in the sense, if a product has to be released, before it is released, the quality of the product needs to be really high. And to ensure the quality is high, the quality assurance manager has to ensure there are no defects in the product. So you can imagine my role there to find faults inside a product and then point it out to the people who have implemented it with hard work. So there are a group of people who are called the developers. Most of you might be familiar, who actually put in a lot of time and effort to implement the features of the product. And my role was to find the defects. Any guess, how could that relationship be between a developer and a quality assurance person? Yes.
It's kind of like inherently focused on negativity because it's finding issues.
Yeah, so you're basically finding issues on something someone has done with their best ability, right? So I'm going to share with you a short exercise here which helped me to resolve conflict in my workplace, and I'll read this out for you. Have you played tug of war in your daily life? Tug of war is a contest in which two teams pull at opposite ends of a rope until one drags the other over a central line. We may not be playing this game physically with the people around us, However, mentally, we all go through a tug of war with different kinds of people around us. Sometimes it is between nations, sometimes it is between religions, sometimes it is between different beliefs. Most often, these kinds of tug of war, which are usually for power, position, wealth, or fame, impact our lives negatively, causing pain and suffering. We deal with conflicts every day in our life. Conflicts can be constructive or destructive, be it at school, be it at workplace, be it at home, or even outdoors. We may not be able to solve all the conflicts in the world. However, there is a solution to resolve conflicts that happens in our daily life. So I'm going to share 4 simple conflict resolution strategies that we can apply into our daily life to make our lives peaceful and happier. So the first strategy is self-awareness. This involves coming to awareness of the negative emotional states in a conflict. It emerges due to perceived differences between parties or for gaining control over the other party. So let me give you an example on how this happened in my workplace. Part of my role in my workplace is finding defects in the product and reporting them to the team, which includes developers who work hard to implement their ideas into the product. This process involves pointing to the problems with the code that impact the product. Being self-aware during such situations has helped me to stay calm and accept the negative impacts that could arise from reporting the problems. After becoming self-aware, the next strategy is to self-prepare. So self-preparation involves taking complete responsibility of your emotional state and understanding that your emotions rather than understanding your own emotions rather than believing others' behaviors affect your emotions. The key to doing this is to look at the conflict in an objective way by separating people from the problem. People have feelings and need to be treated as human beings, but understanding through compassion that they are not the problem can help us disassociate the problem from the people. For example, in my workplace, I had a co-worker who always considered me as a competitor and would oppose everything that was presented by me. It was initially hard for me to deal with conflicts when I took the problems personally. However, when I started responding by taking charge of my emotions and looking at solving the problem rather than the person, I was able to respond positively and effectively. Having done the second step, which is self-preparation, let's move to the next step. So the next strategy is conflict reduction. Have you heard of conflict reduction? What do you think it could be?
De-escalating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keeping people calm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any other thoughts?
Making it so there are less issues to begin with.
That's right. That's right. So conflict reduction involves applying reflective listening capabilities to listen to the other person's point of view, clarifying your understanding, and then sharing your own point of view. This process helps to clarify similarities and differences in opinion. In a particular instance, during a team meeting, the same co-worker who considered me as a competitor blamed me for taking more time to complete a task that he believed was causing a delay in product delivery. I listened to him completely without being emotional. This helped me to understand the reason for his concern and deliver my response with facts and numbers that helped him to understand my part of reality and apologize for the blame. Has it ever happened in your life where you were able to apply reflective listening and that reduced the conflict? Raise your hand if it has helped you. Wow, so many hands here. What have you tried? Would you mind sharing what you tried?
I was a shift leader at Dairy Queen in college, and we would have angry customers come in, and there was one person, we didn't put whipped cream on his banana split, and you'd have thought I'd spit in his food. He was yelling, and I just, there was no talking to him until he was finished. So I let him finish, I fixed it, and then he immediately apologized. He was like, oh, you were gonna do, and felt bad. And I think sometimes people are just like having a bad day, and you just
Right.
gotta listen.
Right. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Any other experiences that you would like to share? Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to the next strategy, which is negotiation. The negotiation phase involves arriving at a mutually acceptable solution that satisfies both parties. This process requires applying a problem solving mindset to help arrive at a solution that helps solve the problem in an amicable manner. The general interest of both parties plays a major role in determining the solution. In the previous example with my co-worker, both of our intentions were to improve and maintain the product quality, but the aspects that were looked at were from different perspectives. Arriving at an agreement by highlighting the general interest of both parties can help you arrive at the solution faster and resolve conflicts. As there are many types of minds in this world, there are many different personalities who have their own shortcomings that are the result of their upbringing, environment, and many other uncontrollable factors. By being self aware, self prepared, using active listening and problem solving, we can all resolve conflicts in our lives to an extent by letting go of our ego and collaborating with compassion. Problems exist in our minds and not in our people around us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Again, you can speak to Amrita directly, but this time I'd like to introduce our final featured author for the Reader's Magnet Book Confab Year 2 here in New York. And again, as I've said earlier, it's going to be virtual. But before that, I hope you guys have scanned the QR code and joined our scavenger hunt, because we will be giving away 2 Kindle devices today. That will be for all entries that have joined since yesterday and today. So if you have your phone, just scan the QR code and look for Little Letty, and then you can fill that out. It's very straightforward so that we can include your names. So are you guys ready to hear our final featured author of the day? Yeah. Woo. All right. Our next and final featured author for Reader's Magnet Book Confab here in Manhattan is a faithful member of Lancaster Baptist Church, and she likes to serve and volunteer in various areas of church. Serve in the coffee shop and bookstore for West Coast Baptist College, and sing the choir at the church, plus was a captain of a ladies' bus for 5 years. This is her 3rd book. 2nd book is Servant's Heart from the Voice of a Volunteer. And the first one is Encouraging a Friend with Our Trials, and she hopes that A Widow's Cry will help you understand God's reason for being the helper in a widow's ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, the author of several books, A Widow's Cry, Encouraging a Friend with Our Trials, and Servant's Heart, Miss Jamie Pullis Fry. A round of applause.
Book now, and it is called Family Memories with a Little Mystery in It. Okay, so that's what we will be talking about today, and we will also be talking about A Widow's Cry, which is a tool with a little widow's ministries. Okay, so let's see. We're going to do the table of contents here, and we've got 1 were prayers, visits, for 2 and 3 is phone calls, 4 is grief counseling, And 5 is widow support groups. And 6 is encouraging books to read. And 7, websites to check out. And 8 is the financial help. And 9 is our church help. Okay, and there's, let's see what we're going to do. We're going to do our introduction, and then we'll pick a few poems, and so you can get a little bit idea of the book. Okay, introduction. Do widows matter? Yes, they do matter. Although you may not understand or are afraid of widows, there are 4 overreaching benefits that you will receive or learn from helping a widow. There are about 27 verses in the Bible that tell us about they matter. The Bible is a great resource for teaching us to understand and not to be afraid of widows. Widows will understand about prayer in time because they end up being prayer warriors in the future. I have been a widow for about 30 years. I'm learning to write books as well as read books, as well as encourage other people to do the same, because we really want our libraries to be out there and our bookstores, to get our books out there and encourage other people to read. Okay, and then we have visiting widows is great because when we give them the honor they deserve, we will find out that we can learn so many things from them. And then widows will be a great servant if she maintains her joy of life through committed personal ministries, readiness to be there, and loving helps address the speed bumps or barriers along the way. Okay, widows, helpers or church widow volunteer definition. This is what I feel that a widow, a volunteer would be, and that's ministry helpers or church widow volunteers, including pastors, staff, teachers, with their students, if the church has a school, of course, and deacons and their wives and numerous other adults with children, both singles and couples. College students with a car if the church has a college, all with a heart to minister to these special ladies who have so much to give. Please look at some of the ideas that I have put into this book about making you a better ministry helper or a church widow volunteer. I hope they help you to be the best ministry helper or church widow or volunteer you can be and care for others from your heart. Okay, so let's see. Here we go. Okay, I picked a poem. It's called My Goal. I can go through life and never fear, because I know, my Lord, you're forever near. Whatever road I choose to roam, your love will always guide me home. I yield myself in all I do and depend, my Lord, on you. There's a peace that floods my soul as I reach for you, my God, my goal. My goal is with you by my side and forevermore with you abide. And here's another one. Joy is a state of mind. Let's see. Some say joy comes in the morning, and often that is true. But joy becomes a state of mind. When it abides in you, then it becomes a way of life. The highlight of each day, when your attitude is positive, whatever comes your way, when you put your faith in action, you can smile through the tears, because faith and joy are stronger than the daily debts as well as fears. Joy spreads like ripples in the stream, inspiring all who see. For so many now are hurting in our society. Joy brings peace and commitment and pleasant dreams at night. As stress leaves are lowered and our worries take flight. A joy-filled heart beats smoother than the heart paralyzed by fear, and it becomes a state of mind with nothing to fear. So we're trying to help widows here, and we're trying to get out with maybe phone calls or visits and trying to get them to see that they're important, that nobody's forgot about them. They're important. We have to watch what we say and what we do when we're talking to them, because sometimes they're sensitive. So that's kind of what this book is about. We're learning about prayer. We're learning about visits, phone calls, grieving classes, all these different things to encourage them to get not just stay at home, to get out and serve at their church or volunteer somewhere or do something, and we need to visit them and encourage them. So that's basically what this book is about. There's more stuff in here, financial help, but I honestly encourage them to go to their church to go to a church and get some help and guidance, because we're always there to help and guide, no matter who you are. Even if you're not a member of our church, we're always helping. And that was one of the most positive things that I loved about my church at Lancaster Baptist Church, is that people are there to help us no matter what. We don't care what you look like. We don't care what you wear. We're here to help you and to grow. And then eventually you'll figure out your path and where you're what you're going to do for God. Okay, so we've done that. Now I'm going to talk about family memories with a little mystery. Okay, so there's a mystery going through this book. Every chapter has some kind of dream or Christmas that I wish that I have, that I would like, maybe at the end of the book, you might be able to figure it out. So it's kind of an interesting way of getting you to read the book. Okay, it's something that I enjoy doing, and I love to read mystery books myself. I love watching Murder She Wrote and all those kinds of things. They're so exciting and so much fun for me to figure out who did it, So let's see. In this book, we have table of contents I'm reading here again is God's Family, Where We First Met. The relationship is chapter 3. 4 is Fun Times. 5 is Loving Care. 6 is Family Travel. And then 7 is A Faithful Wife. 8 is Family Gifts. And then 9 is Reading Bug. And 10 is The Past Choices. And 11 is Making Happy Memories. Okay, so there's scripture in here, there's books in here, and there's actually recipes in here. And a little bit about the author. So, again, we're going to read a little bit about the introduction here. Okay, this is a statement that I want everyone to think about before they start reading this book. We do not choose our parents. God did. I do not know where I would be right now if God did not give me my parents, James and Ellen Poulos. Does family matter? Yes, it does. They do matter. And although you may not understand at this time, there are 5 overreaching benefits that you will receive or learn from being part of a happy family with good memories. So 1, spend time with the kids and make them feel special and needed in your life. Don't just put them in front of the TV, or don't just shove them your cell phone. You need, they're there, they're important. Otherwise what's going to end up happening is their friends are going to learn and teach them something and not you. You don't want that happening. Okay, another reason why we would be just showing up at your children's events. They don't want to be left out. They want to know that you're part of their life. So you need to show up into some of your children's events. Make time to play with your kids. My parents, they took us places when we were on the weekends. Just because they wanted to spend time with us. Now, 4, make family traditions that your kids would use and keep when they grow up. Now, understand, we love them to remember our traditions, but they may not. They may make their own, but they may use some of yours as well. Okay? Teach your kids about your job and include them in your day. This book will show you how a family can help a kid grow and turn out to be a great adult with God and family by their side. This book will also show you what and why we have happy family memories, how families teach us happiness, strength, love, forgiveness when they are here and when they are gone. When they moved out or when we passed away. Let's see. Attitude adjustment. It's another poem. Optimism attitude is what I would possess when meeting challenges head on or under undue stress. I can't control all things in life, but how I handle them will help me through the strains and the woes to keep me safe within every previous circumstance. I see with gratitude, I take it as it tosses at me. Adjusting attitude. With doubtless energy invoked, I'm ready for each task. No matter what the challenge be, I'll handle it long last. With optimism attitude, I know I'll overcome and get the deed accomplished. Then hear the words, well done. Let's see. Now we have a recipe. Let's see. These are lemon meringue cake, which is a cake I've actually made from scratch and made it. And even tried to put it at when you have your fair, and I try to do it there. It's easier to do with a cake mix instead of trying to make it from scratch. And let's see. This is something, a prayer for my mom. Dear Father up in heaven, bless my mother of my birth. In my eyes, you've given me the greatest mom on earth. She follows in your footsteps. In your heart is full of love. Please keep her in your loving arm care and bless her from above. My mother passed away 2 years ago. So this kind of started because of her. There's recipes in here. There's poems. It's something to encourage you, to do something for yourself as well as your kids, And here's one. It's called My Book of Books. There is a Bible by my bed that's comforting each time it's read. This therapy when I feel lost, advice that comes without a cost. The Holy Book tells what to do when I feel all alone and blue. It is a road map every day that one should follow all the way. There's full instruction on each page that never changes with the age. It is written plain and all is true. That tells exactly what to do. It is a book of books for sure. The one that opens up the door into eternal life, I'm told, where no one ever shall grow old. I appreciate my Bible. I read it every day. It's something that encourages me. I just finished at the end of the month reading the whole Bible all the way through. It was something our pastor, asked us all to do at church. So I finished that and it's done. I like to read certain things like Proverbs. There's one every month, I read it every month, and there's one for each day. And then Psalms is probably my favorite, and it sounds really funny, but I like Psalms 119. It's probably the longest book in the Bible. And it just encourages me every little section to do better and to walk with God. So there's one chapter here. It's called Past Choices. This is something that happened to me after I read the book. After writing these chapters from the past, I remember something from where I was 17 years old that made me feel like I could have done better. When I was 17 years old, back in the year 1979, the first high school year that we started using SAT tests, I took my tests and gotten back my test scores. I looked at them and noticed that I had gotten every university that I asked for. It was around 8 to 10 schools. After seeing them and knowing that my parents could not afford to send me to any of these schools, plus I had no scholarships to help. So I threw them in the trash in the trash can at school, and did not tell my parents until many years later, and went to a city college. Back then I was not saved and singing in a wonderful choir like Lancaster Baptist Church has. Satan is sitting on my shoulder telling me that I could have done better, that if I would have gone to one of these schools, my life would have been different. I might have been a music teacher of a greater university, piano teacher or college, or even a choir director at this age. Satan is making me feel like I am just hiding in the corner at the back of the choir instead of directing it. Satan is so mistaken. I am so glad I made the choices I made. I would have been involved in drugs or alcohol or who knows what else at that age. Happy to be able to serve in many places of my church now, places like the church choir, bookstores, and coffee shops, serving meals for college students and for special events we have for the church and the college. God always knows best. I hope you enjoy the poems that God put on my heart to share with you on the subject of God knows best. God knows best in everything, though we cannot always understand why things don't work exactly as we planned. For he knows when it's time to bring the sunshine and the rain, and on any and always cheerful rainbow to alleviate our pain. So always look to God above. When your soul is needing rest, and you will soon be comforted by knowing He knows best. So just so you know, there are many things of choices that I made. I probably wouldn't have had the same choir conductor from junior high to high school to college. I probably wouldn't have been able to be picked in to do a Renaissance dinners, which meant singing, dancing, Renaissance, and serving food. I probably wouldn't have been picked in 1984 when we had the Olympics here. He had to choose, my choir conductor, at least one person from each part. So one soprano, one alto, one tenor, and one bass. He picked me as a soprano. So I got the privilege of doing that. I wouldn't have had that wouldn't have happened if I had gone to a university out of state, if I hadn't been here. So there are reasons why my path went the way it did. I wouldn't be reading these books. I wouldn't be living where I am now. So things are a blessing only because we make choices. And honestly, I think I made the right choices. I'm grateful I'm here today. So these are just things, there's taco salads, there's banana boat recipes, there's a strawberry cake in here, there's, all kinds of recipes as well that you might enjoy. My mother had a special recipe. It's a See's Candy fudge that she got from somebody that used to work for See's Candy. So it's a beautiful book of telling people at any age, you're fine where you are. If you want to do more, that's up to you. But I'm grateful for the path God gave me. I hope people are encouraged by this book. I know I have a little bit more time, so I'm going to try to do something, and we'll see how this goes. James back in San Diego asked me to do something. He asked me to sing. So I have a few pieces of music here that I'm going to try and encourage you with some song. Since I've been singing in choirs most of my life, I will see what happens. I'm going to try to do this a cappella. I hope you enjoy it. And the first song is going to be Hark the Herald Angels, and then we're going to do Joy to the World, and then We Wish You a Merry Christmas. So here we go. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconcile. Joyful all ye nations rise, join the triumph of the skies. With angelic trials proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive the King. Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, everybody. Well, if you have any questions, I guess it's time to ask.
Yeah. Hi, Jamie. This is James. How are you?
Hi.
So we have questions here coming from our live audience.
Okay.
From Hannah.
So I was wondering if you could go into a little more detail about why you've done sort of both poetry and recipes and things.
Okay, I didn't understand a word she said.
Closer, Hannah.
I was wondering if you could go into a little more detail about why you combine things like poetry and recipes in the same book.
Okay, partly because the end of the book is more traditional stuff. So it just, the way the book was formatted, it's about, I wrote it because I have a friend that asked me many years ago when she proofread one of, the rest of my books. And she said, okay, you left your husband in the hospital bed. So the first 4 chapters are about my husband and our relationship together. Okay. And then after that, my mother passed. So I did her eulogy. So some more chapters are about her in there. And then it ended up being about recipes because of tradition. And I use poems as examples for people to see that it's not just coming from me, it's also coming from the world and other people. These are Christian poems that can give you an example of how you're feeling and what you're going through. It's just an encouraging you in word, and you know, not just from a Bible, but also from others people who are trying to encourage you also through a poem that is kind of based with God. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much for that, Jamie. We have another question from Olister.
I was wondering if your time in choir or just with music in general informed your poetry, or how that might have shaped just like line breaks and things like that. I feel like people who are musically inclined have a good grasp of poetry.
Well, just so you understand something, right now, my computer wasn't working, so we had to do it on my cell phone. So I couldn't bring up the recording on my phone as well as have you guys up as well. So I had to do it a cappella. I know it's not perfect, but hey, I tried my best. Sorry. Anything else?
No more additional questions from our live audience. Maybe a parting message for everyone. Okay. Jamie, we don't have any other questions coming from the live audience, but maybe you can share with them some parting message before we go.
Okay. Well, just so you guys know, I have written, these are 4 books. I'm in the process of writing a 5th one, and this one is called, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to name it yet, but it is for the next generation. It's for, most likely I'm going to call it What Our Furry Friends Teach Us, which they teach us a lot, our dogs and our cats. They teach us a lot about forgiveness, patience, unconditional love, relationships, responsibilities. You know, we have to train them sometimes, and you know, sometimes you want to make sure you're not getting a child too soon, a pet. Otherwise, it'll be your responsibility, not theirs. So that's something that's coming up. I don't know, maybe the next year or so. But I would like to thank everybody for being patient with me today. It's been a hard just to get back onto the computer and having to use my cell phone because things were just not working. So I appreciate your patience, everybody, even Reader's Magnet with me today. And thank you for just giving me a chance to speak. And I hope you encourage you with my books. And you can check me out in blurb.com. They're having my books are there as well. And they should be in Reader's Magnet shortly. And in, let's see, maybe even in Barnes & Noble and Amazon as well, Amazon.com. So just look out for, you know, and I also have my own website as well. But mostly right now, my books are in blurb.com. So, and you can get them pretty reasonably. And if you're interested, there is also
Jamie, we have a follow-up question, one final question here coming from our live audience.
Yes.
Someone's asking where you're from exactly, like you're live from where?
I'm actually from LA Valley. I'm actually from California, which I am Greek, just so you know. So my grandfather came from Greece. That is one of the trips that we got to do with my mother before she passed. But I am from San Fernando Valley, and now I live in Lancaster. You know, I'm about an hour away from where I used to live.
Thank you so much, Jamie. A round of applause, please, for our author.
Thank you.
Around like 13 or 14, and today we had like the same number, so probably like 28 and more, because we have 24 featured authors and we have visiting authors as well. So it's been an amazing weekend here in New York, and we're so happy and we're glad that it's the same warmth that you guys have given us last time when we launched ReadersMagnet Book Confab in 2022 in Tribeca. And I can hear myself. But we're very happy. All the books that are on display are still going to be here until 6. You definitely can skim and scan, check out the books. They're all available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. But again, more than anything else, I'd like to thank all our featured authors and all guest speakers today. What a round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much for being here. I know some of you just flew in. You just drove for hours just to come here. And I know that you guys are so passionate about your work. And that's so inspiring. This doesn't happen all the time. And again, it's been a year since the last time we were here, but you guys are so awesome. Thank you so much, Virginia, for being here again and for bringing and tagging along your family, just like what you did last time. Bob Williams for being here again. You guys are so happy. We're so happy that you guys are so passionate about your work. And for all the authors who've been here since yesterday and today, thank you. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Again, give it up for Readers Magnet. Give it up for the Readers Magnet staff here and also virtually, who's doing the backstage and has been working so hard to make this work. Again, we thank you so much. And we have just concluded the Great North American Adventure since we did it in Guadalajara, Mexico last weekend. And now we're closing it. Yes, Oliver.
Are you going to do the Kindle giveaway?
Yes, you're so excited about it. We're definitely doing the scavenger hunt Kindle. I think our team is ready to spin the wheel, because definitely it's going to be fair for everyone. How about Leah handing us out the Kindle devices so that everyone will see how it looks?
It's closed already.
Yes, it is closed already. So just a shout out to everybody who just participated. I'll be naming them. We're giving away 2 Kindle devices. So this is how it looks. It's Fire 7. Here. And there's limited competition, by the way, because there's just a few joined. So more chances of winning for those who join. So we have names, so shout out to all the participants, and please acknowledge if you're still here. Of course, we have Oliver Ray, first entry. We have Alistair Wade. We have Hannah Clark. So these are our very past. How about you give them a round of applause? They've been amazing. They've been asking questions and keep this conversation going along.
It's literally a spin.
Thank you so much. We have Kan. I think Kan was here yesterday. We have Haley Regio Pedersen, one of our featured authors, to join. By the way, I said yesterday that authors definitely can join. So if you didn't, then sorry. We have Rick Butler. We have Terilyn Oman. I think she was also one of our visiting guest speaker yesterday. So we have Robert Williams who joined too. This would have been another entry if Nate was here, Rob. Then we have Charlotte Emily Calvarito. I don't know if she's here, but do we have Sophia Stewart? We have Zine Azel. We have Araja Sunil. Yeah, we do. We have Anaga Sunil. Definitely their sisters right there. We have Abigail Gilbert. She's here. Okay. We have Gabriel Beluis Gilbert. All right, there, sir. Did I miss anybody from that list? Oh, okay. We have Teresa Polinsky. So Teresa is wondering why she's not in the list. So please add Teresa. So again, we're giving away 2 Kindle devices. And again, thank you so much. While our team is preparing for the names in the spin the wheel, maybe we can hear a closing remark coming from our Vice President, Mr. John Carlavina. So this has been an amazing journey, and for everybody who has been with us since Guadalajara and here in Manhattan, deserve to hear it from him. So again, Mr. John Carlavinas.
All right. I get to start the day and always end the day, but thank you. Although we are speaking English, I'd like to teach our brothers and sisters some Filipino, right? Although, again, most of us here are Americans, but we never forget our roots, right? So, saying thank you in Filipino is salamat. Thank you. All right. So, can everyone say mat? Okay. Thank you. So, thank you very much for trusting us, dear authors, Teresa, Rob, Virginia, and Amitra. Yes, thank you very much, and all the 20 plus other authors that really made this possible. Again, what a journey it has been. Some of you have heard that we started in New Orleans this year, then went to London, went to LA, drove up to San Francisco, and then did Hong Kong. After Hong Kong, we went back to San Diego, and then after San Diego, we went to Chicago, and after Chicago, Frankfurt, and then after Frankfurt, went back to the Americas, to Guadalajara, and now the 10th and final event of the year, here in New York City. So, hey, back office team, I'm buying you some time for your roulette, but I would like to really thank everyone. I'm losing my voice already, as I already feel everything settling in. But my heart is full, my soul is filled. I only look at my son and my wife for inspiration, and this is what we do, right? We really stay true to our word that our company or your company will continue to share your stories with the world. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Once again, give it up for Mr. John Carlavinas and the ReadersMagnet team for making these things happen. I can't believe we're actually concluding 2023 with a ReadersMagnet Book Confab, but also would like to invite everybody to participate and join us with the Festival of Storytellers. That's going to be the first event we're doing in 2024. That's going to be in January. It's going to run for 2 weeks. The marketplace, I believe, will start opening in January 15th, and it's going to end on the first weekend of February. Thank you so much for participating. Please call in your consultants and participate with the Festival of Storytellers. So that's something that we have created since the pandemic to make sure that our authors wouldn't be bored at home during the pandemic, but would still be given a chance to tell their stories and inspire people all around the world virtually. And we're doing it again this time on its 5th season. So are we all guys ready? Yeah. Okay, it's right there. So I hope I can see the wheel. It's right there. And by the way, Teresa has been added, just to make sure. Okay, are you guys ready to know the first winner of our scavenger hunt Kindle? Woo! How about we count for five down to 1? Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Where's the music?
Music. Okay, congratulations to our first winner, Rick Butler. He was here yesterday. So how about we give him a round of applause? Thank you so much. Hopefully our second winner is going to be here at the event. Unless, of course, John would really want to have a third winner. Or 4 winners? Let's have 4 winners! More chances of winning. So this one's reserved for Rick Butler we're definitely, please expect for a call coming from us if you're watching us live right now. Now the second Kindle goes to, by the way, Fred, I know you're listening. Why don't you play some music, man? Like play the music, or maybe it's gonna be Caitlin who's gonna play the music here. Okay. Okay, let's count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The second Kindle goes to Ken was here yesterday. Congratulations. How about you give Ken a round of applause? Don't worry, we still have 2 Kindle devices. But let's be sure. Let's be sure that the next 2 winners are here, so it's going to be more fun. Okay, let's be ready. Kate, are you preparing for music?
I am preparing
or
for
just...
music. There is an ad on YouTube.
Not on a premium? Okay, so the third Kindle. I'm not sure if it's from Kate. It's from me. Okay, our third Kindle goes to, let's count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The third Kindle goes to. I guess the next is here. Congratulations. Congratulations. Sing something. Everyone is watching us.
We worked hard to get this.
We worked hard to get this. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Last one, right?
I don't know, you have 33.33% chances of winning this last Kindle device, just like anyone else. Like the 3 of you. Okay, congratulations, Anna gets the nil for winning our 3rd Kindle device. Now we have one last. Who do you think would win the last Kindle?
Woo! The people in the front row, please.
One of the people in the front row. Let's give them some 20 points. 20 more entries each name. Are you guys ready? Ready?
5.
Maybe you want to touch it so that there's going to be some rock. How about you? Why don't you put your hands in so that you can give some luck? There's nothing to lose. There's nothing to lose. All right, the final and the last Kindle device goes to, let's count, go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And the last Kindle goes to...
No,
Congratulations.
Thank you. I would like to give it to the young boy.
I told you to touch it to manifest. Congratulations.
Thanks for the free gift.
Congratulations. So by the way, he was the last parent that touched it. So he owned it. Thank you so much. And so thank you so much for being nice to Ms. Kolinsky. Again, it's been an amazing journey with us here in ReadersMagnet Book Confab, and it ended so well, like it started so well. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you so much. And like what we say in Readers Magnet, we share your story with the world. Good night, everyone.
My name is Dr. Manuel A. Howard, the son of a 15-year-old mother and foster care survivor. But today, I stand before you as an overcomer and a transformed man. This is a clarion call to all men to move into action, especially those who have been struggling on their job, in their homes, and or in your communities. I'm reaching out to you today because in my book, Transforming Male Leaders in the 21st Century, I have created the blueprint that will help you go to the next level in every area of your life. There is a treatment plan and training in this book that will launch you into becoming a transformational leader. Join me with the rest of the men in moving forward in this transformational journey. Don't quit, don't stop, don't give in. I challenge you today to pick up this book and take the first step to becoming a transformational leader. Transforming Male Leaders in the 21st Century establishes a theoretical foundation using a theological, biblical, and historical perspective to undergird the subject matter of transforming Black males in the local church. This book also examines the work of leading theorists in male leadership. This book is a solution to a male leadership crisis in the Black home, church, and community. This book can be found on iTunes, Barnes & Nobles, and Amazon.com.